don't want to anger him. All right. Each one of you will get access to one side of these 5 cards. Don't worry about the tokens down there. You don't worry. Please take your 5 cards and shift them into your hand.
Alrighty.
And I flip them in my hand.
Yes, you can look at them once they are in your hand. Please do not ever put them out of your hand. Though, what are you doing, Thunder? What are you doing?
I don't know.
He's fucking retarded. I should have put them in your hand for you, apparently.
Yep.
Hey, I said fucking spread it out, and the game was just like, you mean spread and flip? Which is not what the fucking tooltip said.
So, you'll notice in your hand, you have a series of names. Stalin may need those names at some point in time. You may need to, at some point in this game, inform on an ally. At any time, if you think that someone is a traitor to the Soviet people, you will hand me the card with the correct name on it.
Oh, damn.
So Gillum, you may have a Thunder card. You may have a Chief card. You may have a card with your own name on it. You may not. If you think one of your compatriots on this mission is a traitor to the Soviet people, I would like you to hand me their card. Doesn't matter what we're doing, mid-mission, whatever, you hand me the card.
Okay.
Yep. Also, in your hand, you'll notice that you have 2 cards. Better red than dead, and better dead than red. There will be no initiative in this game. If you are caught by surprise, if like a combat is coming up, or if someone draws on someone else, what you have to do, you have to keep role playing and talking, and you have to try and beat me to the punch. If you play better red than dead, you are trying to take someone by surprise. If you play better dead than red, you are trying to escape or are prepared for someone playing better red than dead. You can put them in play at any time, but if I spot them just sitting in play for too long, I'll tell you to take them back to your hand, because Stalin doesn't want to see an untidy board. You can replay them at a later date, but you can't simply keep one in front of you.
How do I flip these over in my hand?
F.
So, you'll notice down here, we also have some lovely tokens. Well, some of the tokens represent the good of the Communist Party. You know, you've got Lenin down here, commanding the People's Republic. And then you have disgusting American propaganda of what communism is on the right-hand side. Yep. So, you all, as a group, at the start of the game, there's 4 of each. So you each get to choose. I'm not going to tell you what these do. You can put as many as we're going to go around pretty much, and we're going to do a round or 2 of them. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds you get, but each one of you, when it becomes your round, can choose to put one of these tokens into the pile. You have to do this without knowing anything about what the tokens do, though.
All right.
Gillum, you'll start us off.
Just move them all over there.
Okay, are you going to?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Chief? Thunder?
Well, I mean, I'm on board the socialist train. Let's go.
I feel like you all already think this is a trap. All right. Gillum?
It's probably a trap.
All right. Chief? Oh, no. Thunder?
I'll pass.
Okay. You're not going to put one in. Okay. Oh. Gillum is going again. Okay, Gillum just throwing one in. I didn't even say we were having another round. Well, let's just go ahead and put those in there.
That's just good.
Gillum wanted those in there. I'll count that as
Yeah. Stone likes a tidy board.
Yep. Yeah, that is true. That is true, Gillum.
This is a mistake.
You may live through this yet.
Humanity was a mistake.
I'm glad that. Oh God. Oh man.
Why are we here? Just to confuse each other?
No. Okay.
This was a psychological game from the beginning.
It was. I'm glad you know that.
Josh is using this
now,
as test rats.
Now that you've obviously put all of the tokens in here, yeah, you'll notice that we always have this lovely problem. I'm a DM with 3 players, so there's always a 2 out of 3 majority vote that I can fuck with. During the game, there is no willpower. The power of the Soviet people. When you do a roll, this is another all behind the scenes roll. You're playing hunter characters, New World rules. So all of your rolls will be behind the scene. At any time when you fail a roll, you can tell me, Josh, Comrade Stalin, I would like to call upon the power of the Soviet people to empower my roll. And I'll re-roll the entire roll for you if you spend a point of willpower. Of course, we're here in Soviet Russia. Willpower is collectivist. So all your willpower is in this bowl. And when you call on that willpower, you need a 2/3 majority vote to take one of the actual communist willpower tokens to re-roll. If you don't get a 2/3 majority, you have to take one of the dirty capitalist tokens that turns your roll from a failure into a botch.
Oh God.
Oh God.
And since you all have so lovingly put 4 botches and 4 willpower tokens in there, you have to use everything up before the bowl refreshes.
Yum yum.
Yes.
This is probably a trap.
Stalin's so
Thank you,
generous
Gillum.
to us.
Thank you, Gillum, for putting the rest of those in there. That was
you're welcome.
that was nice.
You're fine.
Stalin approves.
Yeah. He's got a nice clean board now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You know what, Gillum? That's true. You did clean Stalin's board up for him. Hold on a minute. Here, Gillum. You take that. That's for you.
That's
Gillum.
that's for
Oh
you.
man, just what I wanted.
Yep. You keep that, and whenever you need it, there's no vote on that. You've been issued a warrant by the Soviet government that you don't need any passports or anything like that to passco to collect willpower.
Yeah. Stalin best leader.
Stalin best.
Soviet Russia prosper.
Now remember, this isn't communism, as Thunder would have you think of it. This is Stalinist communism.
This is the fun communist.
Our game will take place in 1933, along the border to a stretch of. I wouldn't call it Siberia, but it's on the very edge of it. It's starting to get into like the horror. The place you all will be deploying to, the night it will get down to -33. During the day, it will be a crisp 17 degrees.
Wonderful.
I'm assuming that's fucking Celsius.
No, Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay, alright. I didn't know how far you were going.
33 degrees Celsius, you would be fucking popsicles.
Yeah, I was like, God damn, that's like damn near. I think
Yeah, that would be like -27 Fahrenheit, I think, to Celsius or something. But, yep, be nice and cold. Now, you'll notice that in the DM's hand, he also has cards.
Yep.
You know. These things may be needed. It depends. Okay, then. I will be sending you some messages in Steam about your characters. If that is you, let me go through here. Please do not share these with any other member of the team. These are being passed to you by KGB intelligence agencies. I'll give you all just a moment to read through your bios. Gillum, I think your description may hit a little too close to home for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'll just go old Yeller myself out back.
I'm just saying.
Alrighty.
You all have to tell me when we're starting, because I'm giving you all time to absorb the information. And if you all have any questions, whether it be public or private questions, please ask them.
I'm ready.
Alrighty. I think I am ready.
And there will be some dramatis persona attached to each of you, but you all can easily ask why. I've just posted the names and and an orchestral instrumental version of the Soviet national anthem, just in case you need it. Alrighty then. Gillum, we're actually going to be starting with you. You are at a military command staging point. You're about 100 miles from anywhere that you'd want to be, and about 400 miles from anywhere that you personally wish to be. You've been out here freezing your balls off on the edge of the Siberian tundra for 2 months after an order that you couldn't actually trace where it came from, came through the telegraph lines, telling you and 2 squads of your men to allocate out here with any supplies you needed. The actual base is almost deserted. It's a skeleton garrison along the edge of the sticks. Going any further would get into like serfdom land. Like this is places where like electricity and running water still don't reel in a lot of places. And you've been stationed here, like I said, for about 3 months without any fucking word. And then finally, a telegraph comes through yesterday saying to expect a major from the telegraph union and a doctor, a civilian doctor who will be accompanying you north into the desolate area of the Siberian tundra, where you will be looking into this. This is your personal orders, Gillum. You are to render all assistance to them because one of the collectivist combines up there, like a collectivist farm, Machine Tractor Station 42, has went silent. The telegraph lines seemingly have went down, and if the Machine Tractor Station has failed completely and the harvest is gone, then several of the local towns and several garrisons may starve to death. You won't starve to death. You'll be somewhere else.
Yeah.
But, that's bad for PR.
Mm-hmm.
And you may be caught in the flack of whatever caused it since you're being sent up.
Yeah.
What are you doing? How are you preparing for this, Gillum? You have 2 squads of 10 men each. Most of them are armed with Mosin Nagants. The officers carry like the old-fashioned PM pistols. But you do have an armory on base. It is completely mothballed, but as the senior lieutenant, you do have the keys.
Well, guess we'll go see what's in that armory and gotta crack that open. Do inventory.
When you go in, it is actually the doorway itself is completely full of spider webs. And when you open it, no one's been in here in at least 5 years. Though it is completely fully stocked with the inventory sitting beside the light switch on the shelf next to you, and it has everything in it from pie plates for machine guns, the old Drakenov ones, the ones from fucking Heroes and Generals or whatever, the fucking pie plate Soviet guns from World War I.
Yeah.
There's those along with pishes and grenades and really anything you could want circa like World War II. Though it did, there's no instances of it actually telling you anything wrong is up there. This is your own initiative if you think something is, wrong.
I know. Do we got enough Mosins to suit both squads?
Yes. We're beginning of the war. We're not like this is 1933. The war rationing hasn't started yet.
Okay.
You're still friends with the disgusting Germans across the border.
No fun.
No fun.
Well, yeah. Do we have vehicles?
You have 2 large flatbed trucks with canvas backs on them.
Okay.
They're like the old military convoy trucks.
We'll fit as much of the as this as we can into crates,
Okay.
and put them on the trucks.
Ammunition or spare rifles as well.
All the ammunition and a fraction of the rifles.
Okay. You don't think anyone's coming back for this shit and you're just taking it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's probably a smart move. No one is probably coming for this stuff. There are several pishes against the wall, the early era ones, not the really nice later ones.
Yeah.
Several of them have the 35 round stick mags, and there's a few pallets of the 71 round drums laying around. And there's also, you have an actual stockpile room full of MREs. Or
Yeah.
Soviet rations.
Yeah, those rations are coming.
Yeah.
Like top priority.
Okay. You also know that, let me reference your list. You know that Kovalevsky, one of your sergeants, is prone to anywhere you all set down distilling liquor out of whatever he can, and you're almost positive he's got at least 2 fucking stills somewhere on the premises. He's prone to disobedience and drunken outbursts, but he's one of the more intelligent men under your command, which is why he can brew his own liquor and hide it so well for months.
Yeah. I'll try to catch that in my off time.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that's it's, with the weather being as bad as it is, keeping the morale up's pretty important.
Okay. You were technically an officer. What do you carry, Gillum?
More than likely during this time period, it'd probably be one of the PM pistols. It would be because most officers that and like a saber, because we're still.
The sabers are starting to go out of fashion. You actually have a few different options. You could have an old Nagant, like from Hunt Showdown, from like back in the day. You could have a Tokarov. They actually imported a lot of C-96 Mausers. Officers wore them, and there's also the Kervalen, the little semi-automatic 25 ACP.
I think the Nagant. I feel like that's
With a revolver.
yeah.
Okay. You may swear by it since it won't jam in the cold.
Yeah.
You don't carry an actual rifle or anything like that?
No.
Okay. That is fine. I just wanted to know what you looked like. Do you wear any of the old steel bib typed like breastplates or combat helmets?
No. May regret that later, but no.
Okay, that is fine. So you were getting ready. You're trying to actually prepare the expedition.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift to Thunder. Thunder, you are technically in a... we're going to go back in time about 2 weeks. And you are actually in Petrograd, being dispatched by the Soviet there to reinforce Gillum or be a civilian attaché to whatever's happening. The reason you are given at the local Soviet is they believe that plague has visited Machine Tractor Station 42, and they would like a learned man there to prevent an outbreak if it has happened.
Okay.
You technically have the rank of a sergeant in the local Soviet, but now that it's a Stalinish regime, the local Soviets are losing a lot of their power, and that doesn't mean a lot. You're still a man of some means. Is there anything you're doing to prepare yourself for the journey?
I need warm clothes. I suppose there's still access to rations too.
Yeah, you can get food. You're high enough in the party to be able to access things like that.
Clothes, food, money. Documentation.
You already have your documents.
Okay.
You had pretty much like a few days to get ready before driving out into the sticks or being driven out. A man who you believe is a part of the KGB will arrive to escort you there in a car.
Am I allowed to be armed, or will I be outfitted when I'm there?
They're not going to go out of the way to arm a civilian doctor. You can arm yourself if you wish.
Alright, that is fine. I'll probably keep, let's see, you said I was a sergeant?
You have the rank of a sergeant, though that doesn't mean anything in the New Red Army. If it will depend on how you all act towards one another, because Chief is technically a major in the Telegraph Union. So he would have the highest overall rank, but he's outside of the Red Army. So him and Gillum will have to hash that out.
I guess whatever the standard issue infantry sidearm.
If you fought during the First World War, probably the Nagant 1985. If you're a more new age officer, probably the Tokarov.
I'd have to put my money on the former.
Okay, so you too have the old. We getting real Hunt Showdown up in here. Alrighty then, you have a Nagant 1895. You buy extra bullets for it, or just the 7 it comes with?
I'd say like a small case.
Okay. So a pack of 21?
Yeah.
Alright. Alrighty. So warm clothes, a gun, food.
Probably some reading. I'm a
Reading
learned man.
material.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then.
I couldn't imagine what else I might need out there.
Exactly. You know.
As far as I'm aware, it's fucking just, run of the mill.
Mm-hmm.
What will be, will be.
All right then. As you all are, so you're passing. That's your prep.
Yes.
Okay. Chief, you are informed at the telegraph agency in Petrograd that you will be dispatched into the northern provinces to look into the disappearance of Machine Tractor Station 42.
All right. Oh.
Alrighty then. Gillum, the day after you're beginning to prepare, Thunder is the first one to actually arrive. And you're in your office. Do you smoke in your office or do you allow people to smoke in your office?
No,
No. Okay.
no. You smoke outside.
Okay. That's horrific. You make people smoke in fucking negative 20-degree weather.
Mhm.
Kowaleski will actually slope into your office, rubbing his hands, and Comrade Senior Lieutenant, there is a car coming up the roads. They were stopped by the outer guard stations. I believe it is their civilian doctor.
Let's go greet our guest.
He'll nod and salute you kind of loosely.
Yeah, put my coat and my hat on.
Okay, alrighty. You have one of the peaked caps. You're actually dressed in a Red Army uniform.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do I
Right.
know? Did they give me Gillum's name before?
You will be meeting a senior lieutenant. They didn't give him the actual name, but you know that he's going to be a senior lieutenant stationed there.
Okay, gotcha.
Gillum, as the car comes to a stop nearby, you pass your perception roll, and the man doesn't get out with Thunder or even help him with his bags. But when he leans over to pass Thunder his things before starting to, he doesn't get out. He doesn't fucking turn the engine off. He drops Thunder off and like pulls around and leaves. And he doesn't talk to anyone. But when he leaned over, you noticed his neck bars. He was a member of the KGB. And Thunder, when he gets out, has some of the old markings from from the Revolution that marks him as like a sergeant and like a local Soviet. Thunder, as you're standing by it's kind of like muddy slush. The senior lieutenant, Gillum's about 5'9", like late 40s, bald, bad teeth. Do you normally wear your reading glasses all the time?
No.
Only when needed. Or sorry, we talking about
Both
people.
of you need glasses.
Oh no.
Yep.
I keep
Gilman
them at my
is-
study.
Guard from Frostbite, and he's kind of wrinkled, and his voice is very hoarse. Thunder, on the other hand, Gillum is about 5'5". He's shorter than you, and he's much wider. And he looks a little older, and all of his hair has went white. His hair's slightly longer than regulation. He's got a big full beard that reminds you kind of badly of a Russian Orthodox priest. Because remember, that shit's outlawed now. We're in Stalinist Russia. You all are looking at one another from across a muddy, slushed-up field in an almost abandoned command post on the edge of Siberia.
fun stuff. I guess I'll start awkwardly shuffling over, and when I get within earshot, they'll say, "Privet, Senior Lieutenant."
Greetings. Are you the doctor?
Yes, I've been instructed I was to be helping you out with the goings-ons here.
Well, good. Let's get out of this weather.
I'd like that after being shipped off to this godforsaken wasteland.
What do you mean? This is one of the best outposts in the Red Army.
You're gonna get an awkward chuckle from the doctor.
I'm glad that you're a good Russian, soldier, Gillum. right. As you all start moving, Kovaleski will salute you again, and he'll start to move away. Since he was not invited, he takes it as it's like, not his business.
That's good. He's smart enough to know better.
Yeah. The actual guard posting is very quiet. The night sky to the north is kind of dreary. It's on the eve of it's not too late, but it's towards fall, so it gets dark very quickly. And your major still hasn't arrived from the telegraph union, Gillum. You were expecting him today as well.
Okay. Well, we can go over the assignment, and you can stay in the barracks with the rest of them. Your next compatriot arrives.
When you enter your office, Gillum, you notice that one of your men has kind of built up the stove for you in the hearth, and there's 2 tumblers on your desk, and Kovaleski, it's Kovaleski, even though he'd never admit to it, has left a 5th of vodka on your desk.
Been looking for that.
Been looking.
There's frost on the windows, and the inside of the building, even with the fire built up, it's still cold.
Yeah, it's miserable at best.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and crack that open and pour a glass.
Okay. They're the little, thin tumbler glasses.
Yeah. Pour one for me and the doctor.
Alrighty then.
They call me Dr. Verm.
On the actual listing, Gillum, he would have been labeled as Dr. Vissarion Kozlov Zakharova.
I think I got it right the first time. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Zakalaka Brakabankanov. Anyway.
So what have they told you about this expedition?
I am understanding there are disappearances in this outpost. I'm not quite sure exactly what they think my studies in specific will bring, but I hope it'll be of use.
Disappearance? We're getting pretty far-fetched here, aren't we? It might just be a simple loss of communication.
Whatever it may be. That's what we're here to find out.
Exactly.
Gillum, you didn't hear a truck come up, but you notice that the door of your office actually starts to open up, and Chief, you will make your entrance. Chief is a tall, younger man with brown hair and very pale, intense-looking blue eyes, and he's dressed in the uniform of a administrator major of the telegraph service.
I was waiting on you as well. Picked a good time.
Behind Chief, looming at least 1.5 feet taller than every man in the building, a weathered man absolutely covered in scars and tattoos with cropped blonde hair streaked through with gray is standing behind Chief, and a smaller man that's like 5'4", who looks even younger than Chief, he's got glasses on. All 3 men are dressed in telegraph union outfits.
Come in. You letting the cold air in?
I'll motion my men in behind me. And real quick, Josh, when I was tasked with the assignment, was I given any names of who I'd be
No.
working with?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me find. The younger man will turn to you, Gillum, and you, Chief, and say, "I'm sorry, comrades. I will not stay. I am Junior Telegraph Officer Dukov. It is good to be meeting with you, Lieutenant. I will go and make sure the trucks are loaded with the equipment we have brought along."
Sounds good. I like your initiative.
He'll nod to you all and step back out into the cold, tugging his hat down.
Greetings, comrades. I am Telegraph Major Terasov.
Dr. Zakharova, at your service.
I'm Lieutenant Petro Lebedev.
Gillum trying real hard. Pyotr Lebedev.
Yoder, that's a terrible syllable.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just Peter with extra steps. Come on.
It is. Yeah, it really is. Thunder got it in one.
Peter.
The man behind Chief doesn't say anything. He seems to be a guard or something like that.
That's fine. I'll pour thick a drink.
Though he does go to the stove and start to build it up.
I'll, if I may join the table, Lieutenant,
Yeah. Here you go.
I'll take a seat there.
To American, Chief. Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
Not lieutenant. Lieutenant.
It's gonna be hard.
Yep.
To American. You're too American.
It's too American.
You gotta be communist here.
Yeah.
You gotta
And
be
it's
European
not
over
sir,
here.
It's comrade.
Yeah,
Come on,
that's
Stalin's watching.
distinctly fucking.
Just look at those eyes. You wouldn't want to disappoint him, would you?
I'm
I
not,
would not.
I'm not gonna lie, it'd be hilarious if like fucking they started glowing and like Tesla bolts just fucking shot out from them and just destroyed. Like that's all I see.
If I had more time, I was actually going to put an SFX on the fucking picture that I could turn on and off that would make the eyes glow harder. I didn't
Fuck.
have time.
Anyway,
But go on, Chief.
Just gonna join the table.
I don't suppose you got a briefing with your involvement.
The report mostly said that communications have been blacked at
Machine Tractor Station 42.
Machine Tractor Station 42.
It's all very generalized. I suppose we are not gonna find anything out till we get there.
More than likely, comrade.
Well, I don't suppose I could ask your particular fields of specialty?
I'm going to give you a look, because my title has the division I'm a part of it.
I mean, yeah.
The tall
Telegram.
man who's been building the fire will turn and say, I drive the truck for the major.
I'm going to thank him earnestly.
He's going to smile at you and he's missing several teeth and he's going to say, Tryepanov, doctor. Good to meet you.
That's a man of the people right there. Anyway, I am only curious. With so little information, we're left to infer what they may know, and we've been sent to find out. They think they've put together a crack team, or maybe they're just hoping for something else.
If I may say, Doctor, I think you're overthinking the situation. But how
Perhaps.
curious. You're suggesting the lieutenant has also been told nothing of what his involvement in the assignment is?
All I know is we've lost communication with machine tractor 45.
42.
No, 42. Yeah, I
Machine Tractor Station 42.
even saw it and I was just like, great. We're supposed to arrive there and figure out what's going on with the station and get it back online. Or it wouldn't be online, it would be operational.
I suppose there is where my skill set might be necessary. But you'll have to forgive me the speculation. I'm usually more comfortable working with greater components to the equations that I'm given to help solve, if you understand.
A little, Doctor. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm curious why, for such a routine checkup, they asked you to participate.
From what I'm understanding, and I feel like, I don't know, maybe I got this wrong, maybe I was overthinking it when you were telling me, Josh. I think you said, you mentioned specifically to me that there were disappearances or something.
Yes, I did.
So,
Everyone got a different story if you
yeah,
didn't notice.
that's essentially what I was trying to put together, yeah.
Yes.
I was told there were disappearances involved, but my fields of study are more involved with how the world works.
Tryepanov is going to stop and look at you and say, wait, you're not an actual doctor.
I'm gonna chuckle because I'm not gonna be an asshole. Yeah, I'm a man of the people. I'm trying to educate him. No, comrade. Doctor is a title. It's not just for the medical profession. It's for those who are well learned in their particular field of study.
Ah,
And what is your field of study, Doctor?
He's gonna widen his eyes a little bit. That's why he's sort of wondering why he's here. I applied physics, astronomy, and agricultural engineering.
Gillum, your report specifically stated that a doctor would be assigned to help you against a plague outbreak and to keep your men healthy.
What did I ever do? I served you faithfully. Wow.
This is your doctor.
He's there's something wrong, comrade. You seem to be in pain.
He is right, Lieutenant. You look pale.
See, here my guy's just like, something's kind of off about this, and Gilliam's just like, they said the wrong doctor.
I just remembered there's a report I've got to file. Don't worry.
Well, it's
Quite
too late,
busy
Dylan.
here.
They're going to expect you to go north tomorrow. You've got your doctor. How dare you complain when there are people in the Soviet Union that have no doctor at all?
I know. It's the best they had to offer. Who am I to deny it?
He starts weeping.
You wouldn't want to disappoint the Comrade Stalin.
Absolutely not. I guess they just giving those titles out nowadays.
just give it those
You've got a man who has 3 doctorates, Gillum, aren't you? Don't you feel special? They found you not 1 doctor, but a man who had 3.
I think we'd been better off if they broke those 3 doctors up.
My, when you want the man who's 3 times the average doctor.
No, I'd
So
rather
fucking-
have 3 solid doctors because I could do more with that.
I love the idea that someone in the bureaucracy like looked at my fucking character is just like, 3 doctorates. He must be 3 times good as normal doctor.
Yeah, that's.
Stalin gave out positions in his network due to cronyism, so that shit happened all the time.
Oh my god, that's fucking funny. Must be 3 times good doctor.
See, this is real working communism, Thunder. I thought you would enjoy this game.
It's certainly communism type, yeah.
It was certainly an attempt.
It was certainly an attempt.
Yeah.
It was the most attempt of all time.
Yeah.
Yep. It was one of the attempts of all time.
It was one of the attempts of all time. Jesus Christ.
Triepanov is going to go over towards the fire and just stand near it. He's not very concerned about what's going on, it seems.
He's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't care.
Second a glass o'clock for me.
Oh, man.
Sick. I'll be okay with the one shot. I'll gently nudge my cup forward. So I imagine first thing in the morning we're moving on?
Absolutely. As soon as the sun rises, we'll get on our way. We've got just about everything packed up.
I was going to ask if you thought we might run into trouble. I brought something to help defend myself so you wouldn't have to work too hard with your boys.
There's no trouble here in the Red Army.
I don't mean from within, comrade,
You
but
have,
without.
you have nothing to worry about. We'll take care of you. You're in fine, capable hands here.
I appreciate it, comrade.
It is good to know, Lieutenant. But how strange. They ask a doctor of astrology and agriculture to look into mysterious disappearances, you said?
Yes. And I like how Caleb still hasn't let the other ball drop, so as far as we know, it's just like, this seems suspicious, and it's just like, God, they're so fucking dumb. Why did they? So, I mean, I gotta go with this. I gotta go. Like, yes, I'm assuming maybe something's happened that perhaps my fields of study might be able to help out with.
Well, we could also use an extra set of hands. That never hurt, Doctor.
I knew you all would have fun with this one.
Jesus.
Not even off the fucking base at the start of the game, everyone already cackling.
Yeah, 3 times good doctor.
You're more than welcome to stay in the barracks. There's additional bunks there.
I appreciate the kindness. Thank you, Comrade.
My thanks as well, Lieutenant. Much better than making do elsewhere.
Make the most of it. It may change on the road.
No doubt.
Joy.
Alrighty then. Alright. Thunder, are you going to the barracks to go to bed and lay down?
I'll hang out till everyone turns in. And,
Okay. Chief, are you and Shriepinov going to call it, or like what?
I will check up on my junior officer Dugov.
All right, Chief will exit the scene, and is you two in the office.
How long have you been out here, comrade?
Let's see. How long have I been here, Josh?
3 months, 3 to 6 months. You've actually lost a little bit of the track. You drink most days that you don't think anything's going to happen.
Yeah.
There's not
Yeah.
exactly much to do out here. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say the drink keeps the cold away.
Yep.
A few months, 3 to 6, give or take.
I imagine not much happens.
Not really, but there's still things that need to be done.
As is always the case in the motherland. Progress never stops. It's good to see that you keep busy.
Absolutely.
I know we
Idle
all
hands do bad work.
Indeed. I suppose this should be done in how long? How far is the trip up there? Like what? Like a day?
You don't know.
Don't know. Okay. All right.
No. Gilliam's the only, well, Gilliam and maybe Chief, I'm not going to answer for Chief, has a map of the area.
What are you thinking? This will take a few days.
If everything goes as planned, if
A day
we
and
don't,
a half if everything goes as planned, 2 days if something slows you down or the weather hits. And there is a town along the way on day 1.
All right.
That's what you would know, Gilliam.
okay.
Now, what you share with Thunder is up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it should only take us a few days, regardless. We may make a stop here or there on the journey, not to overwork or push too hard in this weather.
Then here's to hoping to an uneventful trip.
Absolutely.
Fucking, I'll raise another glass to Gillen.
Yep.
Alrighty then. I didn't know what information might change back and forth. I will go ahead and say if I send you anything privately, it is up to your discretion what happens with that information. Because as you all pass rolls, some of them will be whispered directly to you.
Gotcha.
Man.
Yep. Now, don't you all forget that if you ever suspect anyone of being, anti-communist or against the party, you can pass me their card. please leave it face down so no one can see, and put it in front of, Comrade Stalin, and I will shift it into my hand. Are you going to leave sometime after that, Thunder, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bid my good night to the captain. I'll head on.
When you exit Gillem's office sometime later, you do notice that Triepanov and two other men are over by the trucks loading equipment. You can't really see in the dim light as you walk towards the barracks. It's starting to flurry.
I won't pay too much more mind then.
Alrighty then. The night will pass somewhat uneventfully unless you want to do something, Gillem. Or Chief.
How are we looking on the getting the trucks loaded up?
You'll finish off in the morning, but you had done a good job already, and Chief's assistant Dukov said that he would already have their equipment loaded up as well. So
Yeah, we'll just have to make sure they're topped off, and any leftover fuel we got that they're in containers that.
jerry cans and strapped in.
Yeah, strapped to the vehicle. Yeah.
Alrighty then. Gonna turn in for the night then after you've assigned that.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Do you try and beat your men up in the morning, Gillem, or are you an officer that sleeps in a bit?
No, we got stuff to do. It's
Okay.
It's rise and shine.
Um,
Another great morning in the Red Army.
Are you going to brief your sergeants that morning on anything? Kovalevsky and Blockenstev?
Yeah, I'll pull them in to.
Kovalevsky looks hungover. Blockenstev looks as dumb as always. He's dull and he's almost childlike. And the only reason, he has his stripes is he's just lived long enough to acquire them. People die.
Yeah. You've been here long enough. Here
Yep.
you go.
You're a sergeant.
What? Yeah.
You know
You
things.
meet the specs.
Yep.
What specs? Don't worry about it.
You're alive. But Kovalevsky is nursing a headache, and Blockenstev looks kind of. He's got resting peasant face.
Yeah, he's there in spirit.
Yeah.
What little spirit there is.
Yeah.
They both salute you, even if Kovalevsky's a little hungover.
To carry on, we've got to go over the trip up to the machine tractor.
Machine tractor station.
Yeah.
Blockenstev will say, Comrade Senior Lieutenant, is it true what the men say? Is there plague in the north?
We do not know. That is all speculation and rumor. And here in the Red Army,
Speculation sounds like a bad disease, Senior Lieutenant.
it's pretty terrible. That's what a lot of people do to make you believe things aren't real.
Ah,
So,
like the propaganda films that the
absolutely,
Americans put out.
they're phenomenal at it. So don't believe them.
Ah. Kovalevsky looks like this is way too early for this shit. He'll simply salute you, Gillem.
Come on. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
We'll be traveling with a few that are not enlisted. We'll have a doctor and then personnel from the media union. You do not report to them. You report to me. If they have questions or ask you anything, you come to me.
This is from Kovalevsky. The telegraph union officer is a major. What happens if we get written up?
I'll deal with it.
He'll nod. Before scene shift, hold on. After they tell you that, Gillum, the two sergeants will leave your office. I will also mention that depending on who this information is coming from, it may be reliable or not. You all have to take anything I send you with a grain of salt if it's secondhand. It is a cold, crisp morning. When you exit your office, Thunder, you're a little later to rise. You're older than most of the party and not a military man. Gillum, when you exit your office, though, one of your soldiers has woken Thunder, but Triepanov, Drukov, and Major Tarasov have commandeered one of the trucks to actually drive and use and have put their equipment in it. Of course, you can stow men in the back of it, but they're actually driving the truck in the cab.
As long as they're being useful.
They did bring stuff to fix the telegraph poles, you know. There's obviously things in the back.
Yeah. We'll make sure everything in the back's secured and nothing's gonna come loose or fall out. Do we got spare tires on these things?
Oh yeah,
Like one each? Okay.
each actually.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I know sometimes they have them and sometimes they don't.
Blockenstev actually checked himself and says that all of them are fine, though one of them is a little worn. The spare seems to have been secondhand.
Well, we'll make the best use of it if we need it.
The men have turned out, Gillum, and are waiting for your orders. They're standing in the parade ground.
I'm gonna do one last walk through the area and see if we're leaving anything of use behind.
It does not seem so. You have most of everything packed up and ready to go.
Okay. Well, go ahead and rally up with them and give them a little bit of the motivation.
All right. You can give them a speech, or you can just motion everyone into the trucks.
I'll give them a little speech and then we'll get motivated into the vehicles.
Okay. What? You've not actually told the men what's going on, so from what Blockenstead said, there's already rumor rife within the squads.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna tell them what we're doing, where we're going, and what we're trying to do.
What are you telling them what you're trying to do? Because what you tell them and what you know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Men, we're on an important assignment from the Red Army. We're off to Machine Tractor Station 42. They have lost communication with them, and it is our job here to travel to that location and figure out what's going on. I know there's rumors and people talking about plague. Don't believe that nonsense. That's all speculation, and you know who's great for that? Traitors.
Oh man.
And in the Great Red Army, you know what? We're not traitors.
You get a yell back of traitors.
Absolutely, the finest men on this side of the world. So
You say to the random assortment of pig farmers and fucking, former serfs.
yeah. And thanks to you,
Hoping to dream.
the Red Army will keep shining another day. So let's get in these vehicles and get this and go home.
You get a battle cry as they start to load up.
Yeah.
It's like, hell
Are you going to drive the other truck, Gillum, or get one of your sergeants to drive it, or what are you doing?
I'll get one of the other sergeants to drive it, preferably one that's I'll get the hungover one to do it.
Okay. Punishing Kovaleski for being hungover.
Yeah. He
All
knew
right.
he knew we had something important to do the next day.
Yeah. All right. Thunder, are you going to drive in the back with them, like one of the groups of men, or are you going to try and fit in up front with, like, Gillum?
I'll sit up front again if it'll have me. Otherwise, I'll truck it with the boys.
The front seats are big enough for 3 people to sit comfortably and 5 men to fit.
That's what Kowalski, Gillum, me.
Yeah, if you all want to actually sit in the front, yes.
Assuming fucking Gillum's sitting up front anyway.
If Gillum, you are the,
The deciding factor. Yeah.
Yep.
You've got some age on you, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. We'll allow you to sit up here and ride with us to preserve your stamina.
Alrighty then.
Oh, I get to ride the shoe puff.
Who is actually leading the convoy north? Chief, are you going to just pull out quickly ahead of Gillum and start going since you've commandeered the truck in front, or are you going to let Gillum lead?
I will, since I have to also transport the lieutenant's men, I will allow him to take the lead.
Alrighty then. Kovaleski will curse under his breath and shift into gear and start heading north.
Sounds good. This is a wonderful training exercise. Is it not?
A wonderful training exercise. Man, you're a real spin doctor over here, Gillum. Obviously just a training exercise.
Whew.
The first like 3/4 of the first day is pretty just bland. It snows a little bit, but not enough to actually be commented on. It's cold. And Gillum, are you allowing any stops during the day for, like food, or are you trying to eat on the drive? Like what are you doing?
We'll probably stop for lunch and dinner.
Okay. During your stop at dinner, it's starting to get the sun is going down. You'll probably hit the town tomorrow about midday, and you all have started to settle in. The trucks are parked along the side of the road at a curve, a decent little alcove that you can actually get under some trees, and Gillum, you are by one of the trucks. And Thunder, you're actually closest to it, and you hear a scream. It's faint, and it's coming from the woods, and you're not sure if anyone else heard it.
Comrade, did you hear that?
Hear what? My hearing's not as good as it used to be.
I thought I heard screaming from the forest.
Who else is over here with us?
Chief and Triepanov and Dukov and Kovaleski is near you. The men are setting up camp. So you have a decent little group over here, but everyone else is setting up camp and putting out cook pots and etc.
Well, since you're the one that heard it, Doctor, I guess me, you, and Kozaleski will have to look into this.
Chief, you do overhear them. You
The
can
back
tag
half.
along or not at your own, you know.
Mm. I'll look over. Would you care to have an additional set of hands, Lieutenant?
Absolutely, that's a great idea.
I'm gonna shift a little uneasily as I look off into the woods.
Okay. Are you going to lead the way since you're the only one who heard it, Thunder?
I guess I will. I'm gonna bring up my Mosin.
Your Nagant?
Yeah,
Oh, you're actually drawing your firearm.
yeah, just in case. You know,
Okay.
they're screaming. Something's happening. Might be a wild beast for all we know.
Real quick, I'll be leaving Dukov and
Okay.
just be pushing with Tripinov.
Triepanov. Okay. Chief, what sidearm do you have?
What are my options? Because we skipped my armament at the start.
You can have the Nagant, the 1895, a Tokarov 33, the Mauser C96, or a Koravolin pistol.
Yeah.
Oravolin?
It's an 8-round 25 ACP detachable box mag. It's very small and was used by some of the GRU or KGB for because it was like a pocket pistol. It could be easily concealed.
Bring me a different one.
Uh,
A different flavor.
and what was the... I'm familiar with the C96, and then the Makarov is...
Tokarov. It's a T-33. It's the Makarov's older grandfather.
All right. And it's like a not regular magazine pistol, or...
Yeah, it's got a 8-round detachable mag and actually shoots the 7.62 by 25 Tokarov cartridge. The same thing that the Pish shoots.
Nah. I'll take the Corval. I've already forgotten how to pronounce it.
The Korovin.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of the Korovans were actually. Do you have a Korovin or do you have an American imported Browning?
Oh man, now you're just giving me options.
Yep. Because some of them were the Colt model or the Walter in 25 ACP.
Oh.
They were imported through Belgium after they were made.
I'll take the import.
Okay. Oh man, you don't believe in good Red Army engineering, do you?
I want to be versatile for the motherland.
Okay, alrighty. Do you draw? You do notice the doctor actually draws his revolver as you go into the woods.
I will wait to see what happens.
Okay. Now, don't forget, boys, you have to actually put your cards on the table if you think something's going to happen.
Yeah.
But as you all are pushing into the forest, let's see.
Like the ones in our hand on the table, or?
Yes, the better red than dead, and the better dead than red. If you want to be aggressive in your actions, use the better red than dead. If you're trying to like be on the lookout, use the better dead than red.
So, do we put it on the table face down? Or...
Yes, you put it on the table face down so that your allies or potential opponents do not see what you're planning. Okay, so Thunder is agitated. He's obviously, ready for something, as is Chief, I think. Gillum, are you more relaxed then? You're not placing a card?
Oh. Yeah, I'll take a more relaxed approach.
Okay. Kovalevsky has his Mosin, but he's a little hungover still, even after the whole day. He got really rip-roaring drunk with someone last night. And I have to send a message real quick. As you all go further into the woods, who is in front? Like, what's the order, and are you all spread out? Like, Thunder, you were leading because you actually heard it. So,
Yes.
what behind him? What's the formation look like?
I guess me and Lovetsky would be on opposing sides of him.
Okay.
I'll take the rear with
Trip.
Tripanov.
All right. Thunder, you can hear rustling through a like a large like vined bush ahead of you. It's like a rough set of. It would also be like a briary laurel bush kind of thing with like snow heavy on it. And you can see it kind of shaking like something's on the other side.
Tell it to show itself and that it's surrounded, to see if I can get a reaction in case it's human.
The entire thing shakes, and please everyone reveal your cards. Thunder, you will need to either take a willpower test, or you will shoot Blockenstev directly in the face as he emerges from the briar patch.
How do that?
There has to be a 2/3 vote for you actually taking a willpower.
Okay.
And Chief and Gillum, if you vote against it, and he has to take a botch, then his pistol will actually have iced over in the night. He'll have not oiled it, and when it falls on it, there'll be probably a minor explosion.
All right.
Oh, so both of these.
So you're telling me the options are give him a willpower.
So that he can jerk his hand away, or feed him the botch so that he hurts himself and ruins his revolver.
Oh man, the turntables.
Blockenstev didn't say anything. He just literally loomed free of the bush in like a big action. So like,
Yeah.
you can't exactly blame Thunder for wanting to pull the trigger. He's just
Yeah.
a civilian.
Yeah, and blocking Steve's just stupid.
Yes.
I'll vote for the willpower.
Okay. Chief, are you going to vote for the willpower or against it?
Just to go over it, when you say 2/3, do you mean the other two people have to approve it when you ask for it?
Oh no, you can vote no on your own willpower roll.
Okay.
So you'll all vote, and then if there's a 2/3 majority, he'll be able to use it. So you could approve it, and Thunder could say no, and you'd still get a 2/3. Because Thunder might be like, "Fuck him! Like I don't give a shit about blocking Stev. Let me, like I don't even want to do this. Let me just shoot him in the fucking face."
So, okay. So you can vote against your own willpower, but when it comes to the willpower, is it mandatory that we go to the vote, or is it up to the person to...
I'm offering it.
Okay.
I'm offering it.
I'm just trying to understand the nuance, because
I'm offering you the chance to affect it, because if you don't use the willpower, he'll shoot him in the face. You can either turn it into a dramatic success and he'll be able to jerk his hand aside, or a botch and the gun will miss.
Yeah.
Ruined.
Uh,
But that could also explode.
yeah. But you lost me a bit when you said I could let him shoot him in the face, but it's also vote to succeed or vote for the worst outcome.
Well, you all can choose if you want to let him use the willpower. You all can actually say, no, Josh, we're going to pass on the willpower and just let Block and Stev eat a bullet.
Yeah.
So I can just vote to pass instead of actually giving a real vote.
Yes.
I will vote to pass.
So Gillum wants to use the willpower. You want to pass. Thunder, it is actually up to you whether you want to take the willpower or not.
I'd like to not shoot Block instead. Even though he is a fucking idiot, by all accounts. I've never shot a gun out of anger, so I don't think I wanna scar that
You don't wanna
reputation
start
with.
by ripping a fucking, a shell directly into one of the senior sergeant's faces.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a 2 to 3. So you have used one of the shared willpower tokens from the communist pool. The power of the party surges through you, and the tip of the barrel of your revolver almost kisses Block and Stev's head. He was stepping forward into you, Thunder, from like the briar patch. And you jerk your hand aside and you fire into the air, and he fucking jumps.
Good sake, man. You didn't say anything.
I don't. I mean, he kind of doesn't want to look at you.
I'm just glad you're okay. Fuck.
Valsa, get his ass and get him out of here.
Kovaleski's gonna nod and he's gonna start to try and tug him away, and he goes, No, Lieutenant, no.
Wait.
What is
Did
it?
you hear the scream?
That was me trying to. He looks around a little bit and he says, "Don't, we shouldn't go north."
What did you see, son?
Don't want to show.
Bet you just show me.
He'll nod. He'll nod at that.
All right, I'll walk over there with him.
Okay. He
I'll give
passes
him the
through
room.
bush. What you decide to do is up to you, Gillum, on the other side of the bush in the silence and the snow.
Cinematic movie time.
Oh.
Yeah.
You notice that Block and Stev was digging a grave and trying to hide it.
I tap it with my foot.
Doesn't move.
Yeah, let's push it on over in there.
Block and Stev nods. Are you going to let him finish over here then?
Yeah, cover up, and I'll tell Kozaleski to stay with him.
Okay. Gillum will come back through the briars in just like a minute or two. He walked up the road just a bit. Block and Stev was coming back towards the camp because he had heard people.
Yeah. Oh. Nothing to worry about. It's just a dead animal over there. Larkinstev, at times he still has the mind of a child.
Dead animal, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're
An
going to bury it.
An odd circumstance to be so hesitant to just admit.
Well, I did. He is not my brightest.
I suppose I would have to agree, nearly being shot by the good doctor.
That is true.
You all can remove your cards and replace them if anyone's feeling particularly. Remember, you have to either keep them in play or leave them out depending on how you feel at the time. At any time, you can put them down, but remember, Stalin does like a tidy board.
Yeah.
So you can take yours back, Chief. Stalin's looking at it too hard. Unless you still feel, like you're might be under attack.
I'm good.
Okay. The snow's falling silently, and I will say to the people that haven't went through the brush, you can hear the sound of a shovel on hard earth up the trail.
Right.
Are your men superstitious, comrade?
Well, there's a rumor going around about the plague. But, of course, it's facade. You know how it is. People just think things and say it out loud, and the more people that say it, it magically becomes real.
Is that so, Lieutenant?
You're the man of science, you tell me. Can you prove the plague?
I'm just gonna look inquisitively. These are concerns that should maybe give you a little pause, at least. Do you have a position with your platoon?
No, you were supposed to be assigned one.
Well, the position is vacant, but you're a doctor, so I thought you'd fit in here just fine.
Thunder, you've passed your intelligence roll and you think you know what's happened now.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was just like, oh no.
It's snowing around you all.
We should get inside. We wouldn't want to catch a cold.
We'll head on back, though. I'll let Kozvaleski with him so he won't be jumping at it on more bushes. Yeah, I'm gonna head back towards the trucks.
Alrighty then.
Jesus Christ.
Thunder, you notice that the two telegraph union men look towards the briars before turning and walking after him.
This is good. This is a good setup. I'm gonna stare long and hard at that briar patch.
There's no one around now. They're walking back down the path.
I know, but Can't have the revelation just yet. We're gonna tease at it like a good horror movie. We're gonna taunt at it, poke that shit with a stick, and I'm just gonna walk
Come
away.
on now, you can walk right through there.
I don't know. We're gonna turn right around and walk away. But the camera's gonna linger on it menacingly.
Okay. Gilliam's already seen the monster, apparently, then, if this is a horror movie. Because he went through the briars. Gilliam didn't seem, spooked by anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the John Carpenter's things. We're all fine.
We're all fine. Nothing went wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's A-okay.
Maybe you should have shot Block instead of Thunder.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it could have solved everything. Maybe that's what you should have done.
Maybe that's what I should have done.
We would have still had one of Stalin's good wills for the future.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get that back.
We'll
Yeah,
get
you
that.
just got to go through the rest of these.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy peasy.
But now that you all know how the willpower works, you all can call on it at any time, once I've described an action.
Alrighty.
It's the people's willpower, after all.
Mm-hmm. Worked in the people's favor today.
Yep. Like it always does.
Absolutely. And forever.
50% of the time it works, 100% of the time.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's perfect math right there.
That's perfect math.
You just don't understand, Tom Brad.
Yeah, do you see this red flyer?
You're not a doctor of mathematics.
Yeah.
You should not stick to your field.
You should
Exactly.
stick to your views.
Alrighty. Block and Stev and Kovaleski come back about 15 minutes later after everyone and go to their camping area where the men are set up.
Good. Wanna go do my rounds and check on all of them.
Block and Stev look shaken up when you get to him, and that's about it. Kovaleski doesn't really look like he cares. He's starting to go to bed.
Yeah. I'll pat Block.
Block and Stev?
Yeah, blocking Stev on the shoulder and tell him he did good.
He'll look up at you with big, round, sad eyes and be like, "Are we going to be okay, Senior Lieutenant Comrade?"
Absolutely.
He'll nod a little bit.
They wouldn't put us in a situation for anything to happen to us.
Alrighty then.
Jesus Christ.
What are the other parties in this camp doing?
I guess I'll see if I meeting with Chief while Gilliam's doing his rounds.
Okay. Triepanov, Dukov, and the Major are by their truck looking through some of their equipment. When you approach, you overhear Triepanov asking something of the Major, and you don't hear the answer as you approach.
Privet, Major.
Yes, Doctor. Did you need something?
I was wondering if you were also having suspicions about this trip. I know you are a more intelligent man than is typical.
Are you calling the Senior Lieutenant dumb?
No, it's more like, you don't get to Major, I would assume, without having some credentials. But, my guy doesn't know how the military works, and
He's a member of
Stalin's.
the Telegraphs Union. He's not even a real major. He's an administrator major of the telegraph service.
Oh, I mean, hey, he's got to read shit, right? Fuck. You'd hope.
I'm just, you could mix it up like that. That's 100% accurate. He looks like he's got a military uniform on.
Yeah.
I suppose you could say that, Doctor, but there's all things with the telegraph equipment. It is mostly limited to mechanical and the electronical parts.
Well, now how to use that gun?
Well enough if I must defend myself. Sometimes, might get deployed to the front lines too close.
Do not worry, Doctor. Triepanov turns to you, and in the dim light, you can see one of his gold teeth gleams, and he looks very menacing for a moment. And he says, "I'll take care of you."
Don't break my butt.
Break my butt.
He's breaking my butt.
He's breaking my butt.
Triepanov is like 6'5", like 300 pounds if he's a fucking foot.
God damn.
Like he's a fucking he's a giant from fairy tales kind of shit. Like they fed him big on fucking like wheat cakes in the old country.
Yeah, he got all the potatoes.
Yeah.
He got all the potatoes.
Several children starved to death to feed him.
Mm-hmm. He won the children lotto.
Well, let's hope you won't have to, comrade. I'm praying for an uneventful time, but I'm starting to question if that will be the case out here in Siberia.
Oh, Siberia is always uneventful, Doctor. It's because no one ever finds out what happens here.
Okay.
He's actually like sorting through his equipment. He seems to be looking for dinner. You don't know if he's a local or what, but Triepanov is definitely, he's one of the men of the, telegraph union of all times.
Oh yeah. I'm a fan.
Are you really?
I've got fucking the jacket, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. We meet up every Tuesday. But anyway. I don't suppose you'd like to elaborate, comrade.
Oh, sorry. I served in some of the fighting along this front in the White War.
Then have you an idea what what we might be seeing up north?
No, comrade, and dead men. That's the only thing I ever saw here.
Thank you, comrade. Let us pray you have to see no more in the times to come.
He'll shrug a little bit. He doesn't look that upset. Triepanov either liked what he did or is desensitized to it.
Yeah.
Was there anything else, Doctor?
I suppose that will be all. I feel the lieutenant is hiding something from his men, and we are caught up in it as it were.
Perhaps. I feel there is some miscommunications at hand. What with the word of possible plague up north.
Let's hope it's a miscommunication. До свидания, камрад.
До свидания, Doctor.
And then I do the electric slide. I don't know.
Alrighty then. Is anyone doing anything else before Betty bye?
How's our fire guard shift looking?
Good. Kovaleski set it up before he passed out.
Well, he's my best.
Yep.
He's my boy.
You got to give and take a little bit with Kovaleski. He's a mean drunk with a temper, but he's also not a fucking simpleton.
Yeah. Yeah. He knows his stuff.
Yep.
He might be wasted off his ass, but he knows how it works.
Are you going to sleep in the truck, Gillum, or with your men?
I'll sleep with my men.
Okay. What about the rest of you all? Are you all laying down in one of the trucks or with the men?
I will take the shelter of the truck.
All right. Chief committing one of the horror movie cardinal sins and moving away from the main group to be taken in the night.
No one knows about the machine tractor station 42 rapist.
Oh no.
It's just Gillum.
Not only does he rape you, he grapes you in the night. And you're never seen from again.
Oh no.
I'm allergic to red grapes.
We'll be shifting forward to morning, and I'll be sending out a few messages. the morning. Everyone is starting to move around. You all can question me freely in my. You can slip into my DMs if you need to, but I've shared some of some things with the party. Things have happened. Of course, Comrade Stalin knows everything that happened last night.
If
And
only
to
you had the
imply
time to be
otherwise would
here.
be, traitorous.
Of course.
The camp is busy in the morning, and Kovaleski is in better spirits come morning.
Good. He looks fantastic, like a brand new man.
He does. He 100% looks like an actual human being today and seems in better spirits.
I must believe in the lieutenant, and the lieutenant believes all is fine.
Doctor and Major, as you all come to the morning mess as they're starting to unthaw some of the MREs, Blockenstev is by himself eating a bowl of like whatever rations he has unthawed. And he looks a little upset, but he is not speaking to anyone currently. The rest of the camp seems in good spirits, and Gillum is smoking nearby with his pipe. There is very, very, very bad coffee in a pot on one of the fires.
Very, very bad coffee. I will avoid
If you
that.
imagine the worst instant coffee you've ever been served in your entire life, and it's worse than that.
Yeah, it's strongman prison coffee.
Yep.
And remember, you must thank Comrade Stalin for such good coffee.
Exactly. In America, you can't get coffee like this.
Yeah. We get it straight from the tap.
Yeah.
Well, I'm regular, thankfully, so I'll avoid the coffee for now.
Alrighty then. The camp is quiet this morning. The men go about their duties.
We finally get to nip this in the bud.
What is this, Herr Doctor?
This training exercise expedition.
Well, as you say.
Once we've got the meal cleaned up and everything, we'll go ahead and start packing all back in the truck.
All right. Nothing goes wrong. Everyone starts to pile in, and unless someone's going to stop it, you all drive away.
Vroom, vroom.
The camera settles on the area you all camped last night for a long, lingering shot.
Yeah, it was a cold, dark night.
It was. Nothing happened, though.
Yep.
Thunder, you are driving in Gillum's truck again up front, I assume. So you have a long, quiet drive ahead of you unless you raise any questions. If you all don't want to speak about anything, I will move forward to the next scene.
I don't think I have any questions. At least nothing I think that'll get answered.
You've given up on Gillum. You're like, he's not gonna fucking answer any questions. It's like I'm really in fucking Stalinist Russia.
Ah, shit. It's like the worst Call of Cthulhu game ever.
What's wrong? What's wrong? This is obviously Hunter the Vigil.
This is what you wanted, Thunder.
This is just Communist Hunter the Vigil.
You're like, this is our RP.
Yep,
Hunter the
our.
communism.
This is Comrade Stalin's Hunter the Vigil.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That afternoon, you all will pass through a small town. Its population maybe in the 30s, like maybe 36 people. There's a church, a general store, and like a few houses this close, and then there are farms further out. There's a water tower. And when you start to drive through, Gillum, you're in the front truck and Kovalevsky's driving, and he's much more alert today. And he'll glance around and he'll be like, "No one's on the street. Are we stopping here, Lieutenant?"
Yeah, let's just stop and take a look around. There's supposed to be someone's living here.
You all will stop in the middle of he starts to stop in the middle of the street and thinks better of it and actually keeps going down the street, and he says, I'll pull in on the other side of town near the trees so we have cover when we get out, Lieutenant."
Fantastic.
You notice Kovalevsky kind of feels spooked looking around the empty town. You can tell. Chief,
Are
you notice-
supposed to be people, right?
do what now?
I was just in character asking if there were supposed to be people waiting for us here.
Waiting? No, but the town shouldn't be empty. And then Kovalevsky's going to glance over at the senior lieutenant and wonder if he said too much. Chief, you notice that Kovalevsky's truck pulls up along the side of the exit to the town on the other. It's a one-lane fucking street. It's mud, and the town itself is completely eerily silent.
I'll look around, then I'll tell Trippinov to follow Valesky across and note the town looks too barren.
He'll nod. Gillum, as your squad start to pile out of the back, and you notice several men are actually readying their rifles and actually bolting around in. They look a little spooked.
Can't fault them. Normally when we enter towns, there's somebody walking the street or doing something. I'll tell them to just stand by.
Okay.
And, I'll take Kovalevsky and we'll look in a house or two to see if we can see anybody.
Alrighty. Are you gonna follow? What are you doing? Are you following after him, Thunder? What are you doing, Chief?
I suppose I'll follow. That's why I'm here, you know?
Yeah, you're the doctor. You were assigned to this.
I'm the doctor. You can trust me, I'm a doctor!
Okay. Gillum, you notice that the doctor is following you, and Chief, are you following the senior lieutenant, or?
I will proceed to follow where he has the bulk of the men. I will.
He's ordered them to stay at the trucks under fire watch, and he's moving forward with just Kovalevsky and the doctor.
Well, I will.
Gillum does not seem to think that there's anything that requires 20 armed men.
Well, I will follow with Trepidov at my side.
Triepanov will open up his greatcoat and take out the pish with the 71 round drum mag and rack one in and openly carry it after you.
All right.
It's an old pattern one that looks like it's been carried through 2 wars. And it probably has.
Yeah.
Gillum, you'll reach the center of the town, and the first house you look in, it's not too long abandoned. Oh, okay, the cards are coming out. It's not too long abandoned. Are you looking through the windows? Or are you
Yeah.
like actually okay?
Yeah.
There's dust inside. And the fires are all burnt out. You notice there's no smoke from any of the chimneys. And Thunder, you notice that several of the houses have boards across the windows. And Chief, you notice, and Triepanov notices, you all are each walking down the road a little apart from one another, that the church doors are boarded up from the inside. You can actually see, like, you can see nails driven out the front.
All right. Is there some like loose cracks to like peer inside?
You're gonna move towards the church.
Yeah.
Okay. Triepanov will be on your heels, and he'll actually raise the tip of the pish. When you get near it, you don't hear anything. It's actually deathly quiet, and your boots make a creaking sound as you walk up to the steps to the large double doors.
All right.
And F to flip it when you pick it up, Gillum. And then
you want to make sure it's face down in your hand when you take it out of your hand.
Okay.
But you don't hear anything at all inside, and it's dark. But through the cracks, Chief, you can kind of smell rot, though.
Like something has died in there.
Maybe. You can smell rot.
Do portable light sources exist in 1933, or is it lanterns?
No, there's flashlight.
Thank goodness for the torch.
Flashlights were invented at like turn of the century, man, like 1902 or something, like 1899. How do you think your truck has headlights?
I don't know. I wasn't there for the truck being made in.
We're not that far back in time. Like we're like 1933. Like there's there's some modern conveniences don't exist, but we're still we're not cavemen here. We have technology.
Yeah.
Right. But
May even have flashlights, depending.
Yep. You do. You have several military-grade flashlights, Gillum, for which in the Soviet Union during this time period, military-grade means whatever we could acquire. So...
shit. That's too
are you all moving up behind Chief as he's approached the church? Or I notice everyone's kind of on edge in the town now.
Yeah, I'm gonna announce that I'm a senior lieutenant. With the new Red Army.
Completely silent.
Okay, yeah, I guess we will move to the church because that seems to be the most prominent place for people to gather.
You notice that
Uh,
Kovalevsky is going to mutter that I'm glad you didn't take fucking Block and Stev. That place should have been burned down anyway. Religion is outlawed currently, Gillum.
Yeah.
This is Stalinist communism.
Hey, we're the
Some of
best.
the outlying places never really took it to heart, and a lot of places didn't, but a lot of places did. You could be, sent off to the gulag or shot for that sort of thing.
Ooch.
But Kovalevsky is actually going to mirror Triepanov, and when he gets up towards the steps of the church, he's going to shoulder his rifle behind you.
If I have a flashlight, I would like to use it.
You have a smaller, actually nicer one from Germany. That's one of the handheld ones, not the huge ones.
To be a privilege major,
Yep.
I will use it and shine around.
You can tell that whoever is inside or was inside barricaded the door with several of the pews and actually drove nails and put boards across it.
Well, right. And I assume it looks like they were trying to keep something out of the church.
Yes. Triepanov will actually pan his gun around the street and look around, and he'll say, fresh snow last night, but no tracks. No one's been out. No one's been near the church for some time.
I smell rot, like something died inside.
I am having a very bad feeling about this all of a sudden.
Everyone is on edge. You can do the entire party, fingers are on triggers as far as the NPCs go. Kovalevsky's gonna look at you, Gillum, and say, Comrade Lieutenant, do you want me to take a look around back?
Yeah, check the back of the building. Just be mindful, there should be someone here.
He's gonna nod and start to walk around the left side of the church. Y'all are standing on the steps.
After looking around a bit, I will turn off the flashlight and step further away from the boards, so I'm more parallel to Triepanov.
Gonna warily keep my distance, so. Fuck, I dropped that shit.
What, any actions?
Keeping a lookout, waiting for the lieutenant sergeant to report back.
Kovalevsky will round the building and say, no tracks around the outside, Senior Lieutenant. But the Major is right. I smelled something rotting inside. It's strong.
I'm gonna stroke my chin as I'm glancing off, and I'm gonna announce to the party, comrades, I would say the people here need to drink water. Yes.
I think we all do, Triepanov says.
Yeah.
It appears the water tower has not received any attention for quite some time.
You'll notice that he's right. The ladder leading up to it is frozen solid directly to it, like someone's propped it up and forgotten about it.
strange.
And the top of the water tower, normally it has like a big lid or something that you would drop over it. It's a huge water tower for this little town, but they are a farming community. And the top is actually missing. How you would misplace a 15-meter wooden top for a water tower is anyone's guess.
Indeed.
Jesus Christ, how horrifying.
When I was walking the street to begin with tripping off, did any of the housing look damaged?
No, none of it. Nothing looks damaged.
It's just the church looked like it was barricaded from within.
But nothing seems to have tried to get through the door.
Was there any way inside?
Just the front dock door. I saw no other doors.
Yet that is definitely the telltale sign of rot.
He's gonna look between you all and then at Gillum mostly and say, Lieutenant, should I bring up a squad? And we have a few shovels and crowbars. I could have the door pulled down.
Yeah, let's open that door up.
He's gonna nod and hurry off towards the trucks. During
What cardinal direction did we come into this town from?
you came in from the south side. You're heading north into the tundra.
Gotcha. So this is that town on the way you were talking about.
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming there's like tree line west or something.
Oh yeah. There's actually tree line all around. You're in like country. Like there's no actual like industry out here.
Gotcha. Okay.
The machine tractor stations are actually there's some telegraph lines that run through. They're about the only thing that run through here. And they head further north. The machine tractor station is actually a collectivist station where all of the local farming supplies are brought to be divvied back out for the good of the people.
So the lines just run through here. They don't like have a tether.
No, there's no actual telegraph in this town. They don't benefit from it. It just runs up to the machine tractor station. And then you, Chief, you would know that there's a gold mine further northeast, but that's none of no one's business. And it's not reported anything wrong. It's like 150 miles from here, though. It's way outside of the scope of what you're dealing with here.
Yeah.
But the Kovalevsky comes back with one squad. He left another squad with the trucks just in case. He left Block instead and his squad with the trucks, Gillum. And he'll come up, and several of the men have shovels and axes and crowbars and set to work on the church doors, though they don't seem very enthusiastic about cutting open a dark church in an empty, deserted town.
We're just doing what's right.
That the general sentiment is not shared by the men.
Yeah, they don't have to like it.
That is correct. But they will knock the door in, and they make a pretty good time. Axes and crowbars and such like. Though when the door starts to splinter and come apart, and they pull back like skittish children from the dark opening. And several men like raise weapons to the darkness.
Shine one of your lights in there.
Kovalevsky and Triepanov will both raise like the more industrial sized lamps and shine them in. The place is actually pretty spotlessly clean. Besides, you can see that people have died sitting up in some of the pews, and the Orthodox priest is actually dead by the altar as well. It's very dark and very quiet inside. They look like they starved to death in here.
A strange sight, Lieutenant. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, this is a unique one at that. Hey Doc, can you look at these people and tell us what happened to them?
None of the soldiers are moving into the church.
I'm gonna grimace and reluctantly have myself a step towards one of the bodies, I suppose.
Do you have a weapon out? You're on edge. Your card says you're on edge.
Yeah, I got my revolver.
Is anyone going with him into the yawning maw of the dark church filled with rotting corpses?
I'll step into the church.
Okay. Kovalevsky will follow you if you go in.
That doesn't scare me.
Okay.
Goes like, I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Till the ghost fucks me up, and then I'll say different.
Well, as you all look around, I'll start with Gillum and Kovalevsky. Gillum, you notice that some of them died holding one another, but they all died in... They look like they've been here for some time and they starved to death, and they're kind of... Where it's a cold, dry environment, they're very, stretched. And Thunder, as you're looking around, you kind of ascertain the same. They don't look sick or anything like that. It literally just looks, there's no signs of disease. It just looks like they slowly starve to death in here. Well, they probably would have run out of water first, but...
Yeah. Goddamn.
You're not a doctor of medicine, so...
Hey, these
Should I buy a new
poor
yoga mat?
souls died of what's the general term? Exposure.
Yep, exposure.
That's terrible.
The cadaver of the Orthodox priest is he died kind of slumped against the altar, and the altar is got one of the old Orthodox relics on it.
I guess I'll have a look-see what it might be. If it was important enough for them to be clinging to it, in their last.
It's a gold chased picture of the disciples in Christ.
I could be like fucking. He ain't even there where he was going, but also I'm not trying to fuck with no corpse just yet.
You don't want none of that karma.
Yeah. Like can at least say, if they didn't starve to death, they might have, died of thirst. Something scared these people enough to keep them trapped in here.
And, wasn't the water tower damaged?
In a way. But I don't see, how that would have mattered with them here. There's no way they could have got out.
You could hear a pin drop. The men outside are absolutely fucking spooked.
Maybe you should spin this to the boys and, the way you know best.
You let me handle that. We're gonna go take a walk towards the water tower. Leave y'all to wrap up in here.
The water tower, the actual ladder up to it, Gillum, is iced over, and it looks a little rickety and unsturdy. And the 15-meter wide top to it is gone.
The access point, does it got a like a release valve or anything, or is that?
Yeah. There's a release valve that you could let it just like slobber out down it. Like it runs to a pipe and then like to a huge like trough and bucket system at the bottom for people to individually fill things with. And then there's an emergency release valve to dump it.
Want to see if it's clogged or anything like that.
When you get underneath it, the smell of rot is horrific, Gillum.
Okay.
You only counted about 6 bodies in the church and the priest.
That doesn't account for the rest of them.
Yep.
Oh, it's even worse.
Oops, all bad news.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get that valve turned and see what.
You're
What
just
comes
opening
out?
one of the smaller ones, right?
Yeah. I just want to see what comes out of it. If it's just frozen completely, or if there's
The
nasty
smell
sludge.
hits you first, and it's horrific. It's actually one of the worst things you've ever smelled in your life. And you reflexively gag and almost throw up and like pull back as a thick black slurry of mixed meat and body parts and just stuff oozes down the trough in like a liquidy, wet, like almost semi-frozen slush.
Turn that off.
Okay.
Go and turn that off.
There are like crows and like a rabbit or two in it, and mixed like pieces of bodies, and like you can see at least one human skull in it.
Oh no.
You're the only one who's seen this right now. The squad is back by the church, like fucking watching Thunder look at the bodies and looking fucking horrified. Unless Chief might have seen it, you're not sure.
Well, after that, I'm gonna go back and let Valesky know to make sure to, if they drink anything, that it's out of canteens or items we brought. The water tower is broken, and the water doesn't look good.
He'll nod. He'll ask if you want the men ordered back to the trucks.
Yes, I think that's the best course of action.
He'll nod and start to gather up the squad. Thunder, your light is leaving you inside the church.
Alrighty. I'm gonna get the hell out of there then.
Thunder, as you move, you're the last one out of the church. And when you're walking by one of the pews, you hear a creaking sound behind you.
Run.
And you run?
No, I'm getting out.
You're not going to turn around?
I don't see what.
Reveal your card. Just you. Reveal your card.
Oh, God.
Okay. You are going to... That's not waiting for you. That's being ready for it. You're going to turn and fire at something.
Already.
You all... everyone outside, you'll hear a revolver go off. You're not sure what happened. Thunder, inside, you'll turn and fire. And you shot the actual shrine itself. In your haste. The creaking you heard, you think for a moment the actual corpse of the priest had lifted up and pointed back south as if in warning, but you couldn't be sure because he just slumped to the ground, and you think you hit it with a ricochet.
God damn.
But you all did hear a gunshot inside the building.
So we will move with a haste to see what happened.
When you arrive, Triepanov is the first one in behind you, Thunder, and you hear more men right on his heels, and the Pish comes up next to you, and he says, "What is the matter, Doctor?"
I apologize. Thought there was a movement, but the body moved on its own. I guess a breeze. I apologize. I'm sorry.
You all quickly pile in after. Chief, did you run in with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Triepanov waves a little bit. The doctor is just trigger happy again. He was shooting corpses.
Of course. Tell me, Doctor, are most of your kind so anxious to shoot at anything that moves?
I wouldn't say so, comrade. I suppose I'm a bit on edge.
Kovalevsky is going to look at you, Thunder, and say, Doctor, do you bear any family ties to Mr. He's going to tap his head a moment and say, Kevorkian?
Dr. Kevorkian.
That might be too new of a joke. I think that's too new, but I couldn't help it.
That's fucking funny.
It's a bad funny, but I like it.
Second cousin, twice removed.
I'll allow it.
But you all are standing around in the dim church together. Kovalevsky's gonna start pulling the men back towards the truck again.
Yeah.
I'll be leaving with Trepinov.
I'm gonna eye that goddamn church as I'm leaving.
You feel like he was trying to warn you away, Thunder.
Oh, I know, but I've got to keep that close to my chest. Oh,
All
lordy.
right.
Oh, lordy, it's
doing?
coming.
Y'all can remove your cards. Stalin likes a clean table.
That's a nice clean table.
That is exactly right. What are y'all doing? You all are the only people remaining in this empty town. The men have fallen back. It's the dramatis personae plus Triepanov.
Yum. Uh,
Lieutenant, while you were checking around with the doctor, I couldn't help but notice that there is no local wildlife. It is as if it too has disappeared.
it's,
Can that smell be smelled from here?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
assuming
horrific.
I'm
Like, it
assuming the
is
viscera is
horrific.
probably more noticeable too from the
Yes.
trough too. It's just like
well, as far as the wildlife, yes, we haven't noticed quite really anything since we've made our way up here.
I'm
But,
gonna start slowly walking towards the trough.
But I would recommend do not get water from the tower.
Let's see.
Thunder, you're gonna have a bad gag reflex when you get near it, and you're gonna see what's in it. You see the human skull floating in the sludge.
I'm gonna quickly turn back around and try not to.
There are birds, rats, rabbits, mice. Like they're just. It seems like all of the local wildlife ended up in the water tower, along with several skeletons.
I'm gonna spit what I nearly about threw up, and I'll return hesitantly to the group. I think I know where the wildlife went, comrade.
Where's that?
And I would say it quietly, Doctor.
I think the lieutenant is well aware at this point. Perhaps you'd like to share, friend.
The water's bad. Out of the tower, don't drink it.
There's nothing else wrong in this town. The water tower just went bad.
I believe the wildlife may be
Somehow found themselves in the water tower? Yes.
yes, found themselves somehow.
Guess they were active swimmers.
It was a very unnatural occurrence.
That's why the water's bad.
Perhaps we should tread with caution, heading north.
If you don't, I would be surprised.
And what about you, Lieutenant? Lieutenant.
This is probably the most excitement I've had in months.
The doctor is concerned.
Little does the party know, Gilliam's the only one with a real working, rundown of what's up here. He just already knew.
Today was Wednesday to me.
Today's Wednesday to me. God damn. Well,
We might want to vacate this area before we potentially end up in the water tower ourselves.
at that, the doctor's gonna agree.
I'll be going back to the truck I am driving.
Yep. Triepanov is driving.
Yes, going back to the truck I am riding in, I should say.
Yep.
The truck I feel slightly more secure. For how long, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know how safe any of you all feel now.
In Stalin's Russia, I don't think anyone ever felt safe ever. Well, certain people probably thought they did.
This town was just following the old propagandists. What it was.
Gillum, you do catch Blocken Stev. He has one of the old Orthodox Christian symbols on a rosary chain that he was clutching when you get back to the other squad. It looks like a P with kind of like an X through it. It's a strange one.
I'm gonna tell him put that away immediately.
He'll hurriedly stuff it under his uniform.
Don't have that out in public again.
He'll nod hurriedly.
Job keeping the truck safe. All right,
He'll
we'll saddle up.
He'll look at you and say, there is bad things in the town, Lieutenant. We should go back."
You're correct about one part. But we can't go back now.
He'll nod a little bit and start to get it, like sheepishly get in the back of. I'm assuming Kopolev's men or Kovalevsky's men are in your truck, and Blockenstev's men are in Chief's truck.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Unloading the retard on Chief. Right in the back of his vehicle. That's fine.
That's additional support.
That's
Okay.
additional support.
Additional chaff.
Yeah. You all didn't spend much time here, and you should still be able to reach Machine Tractor Station 42 by nightfall tonight if you hurry. Do you want to camp and go there in the morning, or do you want to arrive at the station at dark?
Both of those are bad ideas.
Yeah, those are pretty terrible.
Well,
But
if you have better options, give them to Stalin.
Give them stuff.
He's watching. He wants your ideas, comrade.
oh no, the pressure is killing me.
It's the things in the woods all over again.
There's nothing here. Y'all haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
There's just some strange religious fanatics that starve themselves to death.
I think we
They
just.
did not believe in Comrade Stalin's leadership.
Well,
That's exactly what it was.
that's
They're-
exactly what happened.
Yeah, they
I'm
believed
glad
in
at
the
least
old
someone
ways.
understood.
Yeah. They believed in the old propagandists. Caused their downfall.
The old propagandists.
How does it feel to be the what? Like, how does it feel to be the fucking like the only sane man in the group for once, Thunder?
I want to
How
go
does it
home.
feel? Come on now.
My mama said I need to go home, guys.
Well, I guess we'll head to. I guess we'll push through and arrive at night at the machine tractor.
Station. Okay.
Yeah, because at least that's somewhat of a
Fortification.
structure. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather
Fortification.
not have us another Summerside Forest retreat with the events that's unfolded today.
Gillum having some fucking dog soldier vibes. He thinks he's going to be fucking devoured in the middle of the night. I am going to call a small hiatus just to use the bathroom, get a drink, get ready for the second chapter. I will be back in just a moment.
Oh man, I'm ready to have a bad time.
The best time. Ooh. Moment though.
Bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
the group here?
I'm here.
Indeed.
Just waiting on the old man. I hope you all have enjoyed Machine Tractor Station 42 so far. I guess no one has.
Sorry, someone come into the room. What'd you say?
I was just saying I hope you all have enjoyed Machine Tractor Station 42 so far.
Not even there yet. It's been such a great time.
Nothing bad is going on here. Do you all feel like you've got the skills to handle this? You've got plenty of guns. 2 squads of men, machine guns.
It solves one problem. It doesn't solve all this mystery, though.
You could have just shot everything, blown the town up, set fire to it. Come, Doctor, as a man of science, don't you have a logical explanation for this? I'm sure the lieutenant will want to hear it soon.
The evils of capitalism have coalesced into a fine slurry.
I would believe that.
As for the human and animal chunks, jury's still out.
Alrighty. Yep. Have you enjoyed Machine Tractor Station 42 so far, old man?
Right, something.
We ready to rumble, gentlemen?
I'm good.
Alrighty. You all will begin to drive into the day, and I will be sending out a few little messages as we pick up on part 2. You all may have got messages, you may not have, but it is growing dark and the trail going north is more and more overgrown. You have seen no problems with the telegraph lines this far north, by the way. You have seen none of them down. As you are getting closer to the machine tractor station, it looms into sight, and you notice that one of the telegraph lines about 200 meters out from it is cracked in half and has fallen down, or it's been it's fallen down. You can see that much. It may have been cracked in half by a storm. You're not sure. It's splintered. And as you pass it by, and it's dark, and you see it in the headlamps. The station itself has 2 or 3 trucks sitting around, and you also know there is sitting outside is a rural electrification truck with a large generator in the back of it to provide power on the move. It's literally just a truck that's the entire back bed has been turned into a movable generator in case it's needed out here in the sticks. They generally run off of diesel or some kind of gasoline. And there also seems to be one of the tractor stations is open, like the bay doors is open and snow has started to drift into it.
Isn't this supposed to be manned?
Yes. Oh yeah, there's supposed to be like 200-300 people here.
Yeah, this is the outpost that went dark.
Is there not even is it a ghost town?
The lights aren't even on. But besides the station with the open bay doors, there are lights there, but everything else is dark. Your truck is in front, Gillum, so what are you doing?
Guess we'll pull up to the bay door that's open. Shine the lights in.
Your truck reveals an empty-ish hangar. It's a huge hangar. It's actually made for grain hoppers, and there are 4 hoppers in this particular hangar. 3 of them are normal, but around the third hopper, there are 2 sets of industrial lights, actually 3 sets of industrial lights facing it from like a pyramid around it. And a rural electrification truck has been pulled inside and hooked to them, and it seems to have been running for some fucking time. And around it, several of the telegraph lines that connect to the buildings and go further north have been removed and brought inside and put around the hopper as well. That's what you can see from the front of the truck. You can't see anyone around. Though the rural electrification truck is on, it is running, and you can hear the engine.
We'll hop out and take a look at that.
Kovalevsky will follow you out. Thunder, are you getting out?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Fucking shanked my damn foot. What the hell?
Chief, are you...
I'm gonna tell Tribunov to pull up next to Lieutenant's truck.
He will, and he'll swing out of the truck with you. As you all approach, the place is silent. You don't see anyone at all.
As well as no tracks of anyone.
Nope. Though, Gillum, as you were near the rural electrification truck, you notice there is a dead man sitting in the front seat.
Is there anything around him? Like, is it just him dead with the door closed?
It is him slumped forward with the door closed, and you can, instead of starving to death, he has a gunshot wound in his head.
Okay.
Are you going to open the door? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna open the door, but I'm gonna stay on the side. So if I do open it, if it does fall out, he just falls out on the ground, not on me.
Not on you. He does not fall out. He's kind of slumped over the steering wheel, and rigor mortis didn't set in. It slipped from his fingers. There is a Tokarov T-33 on the floor of the truck. It seems he shot himself.
That's even worse. I'm gonna cut the truck off.
If you do, it will unpower the lights as well.
How's it looking on fuel?
It is running out. You have jerry cans with you.
Yeah, let's throw a jerry can in it to see how much longer we got on these lights.
They're set up in an odd position around that singular silo, but they give some light to the rest of the area. And the Blockenstev's men have deployed as well, and all of your men seem spooked by this again. This is another one of those, like, they're kind of sticking close to one another and not spreading out.
That's fine. I'll tell them to move up and set up near the truck that's running. Keep the lights on.
They do so.
Now the real question is, where's the actual power from this place?
Oh, Lieutenant, out of a few hundred men, there is only one who is a corpse.
Good observation.
There are barracks and rooms around the area. There are sleeping quarters. There's even a medical place. There should have been a doctor on hand. None of the men seem eager to spread out to search.
That's understandable at the moment. We will get to that after we get set up and unload dismount the stuff out of the trucks and.
Thunder? Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Glockenstev is refueling the rural electrification truck, and the men are just looking around. You notice that Triepanov has moved over to the dead man and is sifting through his pockets. He does not seem at all put out about touching a corpse.
It's just the truck idling that's powering the.
Thunder, that was a failed roll. If you would like to actually bring it to a willpower vote at the table, you can attempt to explain what you want to use the people's willpower for. You can pass.
Coach.
Kind of want to, but we have a dwindling resource.
They could also vote you a botch.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, our life assist is a dwindling resource friend.
Well,
The doctor's gonna stroke his chin. And, I'm, not exactly sure how to, explain this. I'd seen this, in the, Western Europe in my visits. Before the war, they arranged their telegram wires in certain ways to do something with the signal. I'm trying to ascertain if perhaps they are trying the same technique here. It's intriguing.
that's a very odd remark, Doctor. Pray tell, for what purpose?
That is what I'm trying to understand. These lines, they don't make sense to you, do they?
No, Doctor. The fact these are in here has no significant bearing for them actually being useful.
I could try to give it a closer look and try to apply my physics degree. If you would be willing to give me the time.
Well, I vote yes.
Oh, you want to give him a willpower?
I assume he failed a knowledge roll.
You can. Maybe. He told you what he believed.
Yeah.
Gilm, you do have to vote on it, even if they do have you outnumbered. You have to show willing or not.
Oh,
Do you think Thunder deserved that willpower? Because I'm assuming he's voting yes on his own.
yeah. I'm gonna vote no, but
Okay.
No.
So you are indeed taking a willpower, right, Thunder?
Yeah.
Okay.
is this thing the lights being powered by just idling, or is the weight of the dead body revving the engine to keep it going?
No, it's literally like if you put a portable fuel engine on a truck cab. the driver is sitting in it, and he left, I guess, turned it on, and then shot himself.
No, what I'm saying is the weight of him being in there, pushing his foot on the pedal, causing the engine to generate the power, or is it just the engine idling itself?
The engine idling is causing it, just the truck
Okay.
being turned over.
Okay, so he can be removed from the seat. Okay.
That's correct.
How are we looking on getting stuff out of the trucks and getting set up?
They're very slow and people are jumpy.
Well, Major, it appears to me, after closer inspection, it is a well-known fact that the magnetic forces required for the telegraph lines, they tend to build up. And these arrangements help to contain these outbursts, or to keep them from overloading the grid. I think it might be imperative to keep the posts intact.
That is a... Perhaps for now, Doctor, but that seems very far-fetched to me.
I apologize, but the forces of magnetism are esoteric to explain.
Dukov, the actual technician, is going to say, Doctor, I'm just an engineer, but that doesn't make any sense at all. The poles being taken and moved here is what's broken the telegraph lines. If we just put them back in their proper places and rehang the lines, we can leave.
I'm gonna ask him to pause. And is there anything else around, like strange, I guess, besides
You all haven't really explored a lot of the area. The grain silos are all turned off, and there's no grain in any of the hoppers at the bottom. All the sluices are shut.
I would encourage a thorough investigation of the surrounding area. This sort of arrangement definitely precludes something strange. I don't suppose anyone out here should have the know-how to arrange these telegraph poles in such an attempt for this technique.
Dukov looks skeptical at you, but
if I'm honest, Doctor, I am struggle to comprehend one who might share your beliefs in the. I suppose I'll call it a ritual with how outlandish you have described it.
Glockenstev makes the sign of the cross in the air when you say ritual.
I believe it is in our best duty to be careful how we describe the goings-ons for the less aware comrade. Lest the lieutenant have his hands full keeping his men in check.
I can agree to that, Doctor.
It is hard for me to truly say what this means, but I will gladly admit that this bodes ill. I think we should all be very wary, but it does no good to have the men in panic.
Gillum, you have motioned some of the men to start searching the warehouse, correct?
Yeah, once we
you
get
hear
everything set up.
Kovalevsky yell from above you. On the second floor gantry, he has broken into some of the offices up there. And you hear the men yelling about something.
I'll go up, see what's going on.
As you come up the steps, they've piled away from the doorway, and Kovalevsky is hurt, like he's got his gun trained on the door.
What's the commotion?
It's like the town senior lieutenant, and he motions inside, and there's once again someone has barricaded the door from the inside. They had to break it down, and there are corpses of men in the fetal position on the far side of the room, curled up, who have died of some kind of desiccation.
I'm gonna clutch my chest.
Let's keep this area. Let's keep the door closed. Let's continue searching through the rest of this.
That's the medical office, says Kovalevsky.
That is correct. Let's check the other areas first.
He'll nod.
We can come back to this.
Kovalevsky is going to start to he actually tries to set an example for the men, and he will start to head into some of the shadowy areas away from like the actual light fixtures, and he draws a flashlight, starts to lead his squad. You and Thunder are left on the balcony in the dim shadows.
Sorry, say again, Josh.
You and Gillum are left on the balcony of the gantry-way in the dim shadows. Kovalevsky and his squad have moved away.
I am starting to wonder if it was an accident after all.
Whatever it is, it's not good. Is there any paperwork laying around, Josh?
Yeah, there's paperwork.
I'm gonna try to scan over some of it.
If you read the If you read the most recent entries, it's the Medicaid on duty reporting a massive uptick in lethargia, um, migraines, chest pain. Um, he starts to worry about maybe a plague or some kind of influenza starting to affect the men, along with he also has multiple reports of men starting to be listless or drowsy or unable to be roused from their bunks.
Have you found something, comrade?
Take a look at this.
I will have a look-see. Oh, this is strange.
You know anything that would cause this?
It would be a better frame of reference if I could find out when this arrangement occurred. It seems a pretty obvious key in what has occurred here, but whether it's a cause or a result, I cannot say. I would like to have a private meeting with you and the Major.
While you all are up here, you do notice that while the men against the far wall seems to have died in like a fetal position, the man, the skeleton, or the he's not a skeleton. He's got too much skin on him. You assume he's the doctor. He killed himself. There is a vial of some kind of medication, and he is slumped against the desk.
Well, guess it's time to touch the doctor,
Um,
the dead one.
he seems to have kept a journal, at least. It's on his desk, written in a nice copper plate hand.
Let's move that out of the area and take a look at it.
It starts 2 years ago when he was assigned here, but it only really starts about a year ago when he arrived, because it took a while to get him to his assignment position and to actually do things.
Yeah.
It's mostly routine if you're just going to start flicking through it, Gillum. He talks about the locals being kind of backwards, about how the religion is still not stamped out by the party up here. The men seem in decent health. Things seem to be looking up. He records some mild information that might be construed as blackmail against several members of the collective here in his journal. And then about 6 months ago, he notes a meteor shower, which is when you got your orders to move this way, Gillum. And then after the meteor shower, he starts to record an uptick in symptoms, like what you discovered on his desk.
I'll hand that over to the doctor and let him gander at it.
This only seems to punctuate things. I would like the Major to meet us at the soonest convenience.
Chief did not follow you all up the steps, but Gillum, if you look out from the gantry, if you leave the offices and go out to the gantry, Chief is standing down by the rural electrification truck, by the open door. He is, from your perspective, either looking at the corpse or checking the readings on the electrification truck itself.
I'll grab the notes of the doctor and the paperwork I found.
Your men are down there. Do you want to call him up so it's more private, or?
How well lit is this area? You said it was dim lit, correct?
It is very dim, yes.
Yeah, let's take the stuff and get into a better lit area, and it can be away from the
They're
guys.
kind of avoiding the truck, so it wouldn't be terrible to just go down to him, because the dead man slumped in the front seat didn't give anyone good vibes.
Yeah.
Especially when they noticed he shot himself.
Yeah.
But you all will descend, and you notice that Drukov, one of the Major's associates, is walking away from the truck, and Triepanov is nowhere to be seen either. It's just the Major standing by the truck.
How's the hunt going on your end?
It is a strange sight, Lieutenant. How is that commotion up there? I was busy double checking the area here.
Well, we found quite a few more dead bodies, similar to how we found them at the church. But we did find a little bit of information. It doesn't necessarily clear up anything, but it kind of gives us a better idea of some things that have happened.
I see. I'll assume I should come up there then.
That, or you can read it here. It was dimly lit up there, but it's your choice.
I am not sure what information you might make of it, but I will try my best to explain with the knowledge I have.
Yeah. If you feel the lighting is a concern, I suppose you can bring it down here.
I'll just hand it to you.
Yep. Gillum had carried it down with him.
All right.
You heard me tell them what was in it, if you sort through it.
Yeah.
Now, comrades, what I tell you, it is my belief it should not be leaving the three of us.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, could you explain again the point of this arrangement? And I'll gesture to the telegram poles.
Yes, Comrade Stalin would also much like to know.
Well, that's over here, Comrade Stalin, I promise. Please don't put me in the gulag. Anyway.
That is yet to be seen.
As I stated earlier, I am a man who studies the laws of the world and how they function, how they affect us. So it stands out when things aren't behaving how they should. If you understand.
To a point, Doctor. You said you gave your explanation from your physicist field?
Applied physics, yes.
Now tell me, you are an astrologer too, you said, right?
Correct.
Can you bear any information to this meteor shower being referenced in the log?
I don't think anything good came of it, comrade.
It very much seems so. I just was not I was just unsure if your study in the stars could shed any evidence to what might possibly be an, I'm gonna lower my voice, ill omen.
Well, that arrangement is certainly a part of it. As I said, it is either to attract the forces or trap it here. And
You had made it sound as if it would be an electrical discharge, but I feel it is something else. Is that a badly pointed hunch, Doctor?
I believe it is a good hunch, comrade. There is
So,
little in this natural world that could have done the things that we've seen in that village.
I would not dispute that. Now, engineering and all that aside, would your opinion be to make sure that truck never runs out of gas so the power never cuts?
For the time being, until I'm better able to understand, it might be a good idea to keep the light on.
You've been quiet, Lieutenant.
Well, we've not really made that many steps forward. We've learned a little bit, but still not enough to know what's going on.
I need you to understand, Lieutenant. These are forces that may be beyond your comprehension.
See, that's why you've got your 3 doctors to figure that out. I've got to work in the material world.
You're gonna get another awkward laugh from the doctor.
The Comrade Stalin's officers knew exactly who to send. This was not a mistake. There are no mistakes.
Yeah, they knew beforehand.
They knew you just needed to hold faith in Comrade Stalin that he would send you exactly who you needed.
Yeah, he knew my weakness and decided to fill the void with the triple doctor.
The triple doctor.
The 3-in-1.
3 times the doctor.
Yeah.
Hopefully nobody gets shot.
That's a cruel joke.
Triple doctor.
Yeah, he's crashing out the belief systems, but sends me a 3-in-1 doctor.
Yes, 3 times doctor.
Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Doctor. But if we can figure out actually what's going on, we're just going to keep investigating this area.
You hear yelling from Kovalevsky's squad, which has went into some of the other warehouses.
Oh, well, that's my call.
Let's move.
You're all gonna head.
Yeah.
It is best we try to maintain this. You need to maintain your command, Lieutenant. It is imperative.
You all are speaking as you walk, but as you enter the second warehouse, the doors were actually fastened from the inside, and the men they refuse to fucking go any further in. And they're yelling and pointing, and Kovalevsky is yelling at them to turn the fucking lights off. Because several of them have flashlights trained inside, and there is it's literally like a scene from Auschwitz, and there are people packed into the back of the building, huddled up in the fetal position, and there's just a mound of fucking bodies.
My God.
It's like they all just collectively laid down and starved to death in here.
Okay.
Gonna clutch my chest again.
Yeah. Klozovetsky, get them to surround the area and stay away from the entryway.
He'll nod and hurriedly start to get people actually away from it. No one wants to go in anyway, so it's not very hard.
Yeah. Okay, it's time to go in and look.
Who's going in with Gillum? Don't volunteer all at once now.
I'll go in, I guess. I've gotta be Mulder. I've gotta be
I'll
Soviet
go in.
Mulder.
Okay. As you three start to walk in, there's dust on the ground and there's no footsteps. It looks like in several places when these people laid down to die, they never moved again.
I'm going to use my German flashlight to look for more personal effects.
There is the corpse of what looks like a telegraph union man. He's the only one not curled up in the fetal position, and he has climbed up onto the gantry-way, and there is an empty vodka bottle on the gantry beside him, and he shot himself with a old officer's revolver.
Is he within reach?
You could walk up the gantry-way to him.
I will do so, and I will start checking his uniform.
You can tell that he has been. It looks like he's the telegraph officer for the actual silo here. And when it went out, he must have tried to do something. You're not sure. You're not sure what his goal was in all this, but at some point in time, they locked themselves in here. Men laid down to die and starved to death in here, and he shot himself. There are trucks. There are trucks all around the outside in the lots. There's fuel. There's jerry cans around. No one tried to escape.
Another individual that has killed themselves during this.
Yep. Most people starved to death here, but several people chose to shoot themselves instead.
Something dark has precipitated these events.
All that propaganda.
Shut the fuck up, Gil.
I feel I have more questions for you, Doctor.
Go ahead, comrade.
I feel I might be a bit stressed coming to ask this question, but are you perhaps able to confirm if there are forces in this world that would spiritually affect ones as ourselves?
Well, comrade, as I've said, when one understands how the world is supposed to work, they become quite aware when things work when how they're not supposed to. So yes.
I feel this scene suggests the many, the weak-willed, and the ones who offed themselves were strong enough to react and witness whatever happened.
I agree. There's a marked difference in those who are able to take their lives and those who simply chose to.
Wither.
Behind you all, you hear the clack of combat boats, and a private is coming up to you, Gillum, from Kovalevsky's squad. Private first class.
I'll turn around. Report.
Private Alexander, comrade, senior lieutenant. Sergeant Kovalevsky has went missing.
Where was he last seen?
He was going to Warehouse 3 after we found Warehouse 2 like this. And he looks a little red and he says, we do not know. He, instead of getting towards the warehouse, he walked towards the wood edge. He said he saw something and two of the men went with him, and then he just disappeared at the forest edge.
People don't just disappear.
The forest edge.
They're gonna nod. Or he's gonna nod. Private Alexander.
Go round up part of the squad. I'll meet you at Warehouse 3.
He'll nod and hurry out. You all are alone in the darkness with a flashlight.
I'll leave y'all to this one. I'm gonna go deal with
Mm,
what's going on with Warehouse 3.
I'm not sure if there's much left to be found in this grave room.
Yeah, that was about the same as the medical bay upstairs.
Friends, I will be brief, but I am also inclined to believe something's up with the stars. The past 2 days I've been seeing strange lights, and one of our own seemed to wander into the woods that night in town.
What do you mean, Doctor? That night in town?
Before town, I
Sorry,
believe you
before
meant.
town. Yeah, sorry, before town.
Were the lights multicolored?
Yes, red, green, and purple lights.
Strange.
Gillum is ahead of you and has walked off hurriedly towards Warehouse 3. Gillum, you arrive with Private Alexander. He has put together the remnants of the squad, and the two men who had went with Kovaleski are coming back down the track with flashlights out and waving to you all as you move up towards them. They say that they come forward and salute and report and say that Kovaleski had went down one of the tracks along the road leading towards the wood line, and he had gotten just maybe 10 or 15 feet ahead of them, and then when they had walked up behind him, his flashlight was out and there was no signs of him.
It's not possible. Take me to that location.
They're gonna nod and hurry that way. Thunder and Chief, you all are a little further behind. You see the squad moving away, and that will leave you in a glowing circle of Chief's flashlight alone. And, well, you're not alone. There's just two of you, though, in the darkness of this large
Right.
compound, unless you're going to follow after them.
I'm going to probably return to the truck, but specifically to find Dugov.
Okay. The flashlight is moving away from you, Thunder. Which way are you going?
I will follow the lieutenant and see if I can make sense of what he sees.
You will get there just a little bit after Gillum. And Gillum, you will come up to a track, and you can clearly see in the woods the footsteps leading up, and there's 3 sets of them. And Kovaleski gets a little farther forward, and then the snow is churned up, and it's like he fell to the ground, and then there are no more footsteps.
I'm gonna look around this area a bit.
Okay, you passed that. Thunder, you'll be wandering up as Gillum shines his flashlight up into the trees, and Kovaleski, his corpse is hung over a low-hanging branch, and he's already got frost forming in his beard.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna tug Gillum's arm and then point to the tree.
I'm gonna yell at the men to get a ladder to get him down, or whatever we have.
One of the men actually says he's an all right climber and hands his rifle off and goes up and unhooks him and lowers him down. He is dead. There doesn't seem to be any, there's not a gunshot wound or anything like that on him, obviously. There's no, break in his greatcoat, and his Mosin was also propped up between 2 tree branches with him, like someone was trying to hide it.
Let's take him back into the light and get the doctor to take a look at him.
Alrighty. You're gonna go back to the main warehouse and lay him out?
Yeah,
Not stay here at the edge of the woods in the unknown?
absolutely.
Die to whatever horror lurks within it?
Absolutely.
you'll get back to Chief talking to Dukov by the truck, and Triepanov is sitting down with Blockenstev and his men eating a late supper. Blockenstev looks fucking horrified. He's actually like, he's not set the fire watch, and he's kind of like curled up in his bedding under one of the duty tents. But the men lay down Kovaleski, and Thunder, you're gonna look him over.
Yeah. Mm. Okay. Is there any pattern to the mark?
Um,
Hmm. Okay. Just as a secondary check, I'm gonna press on his abdomen.
he is definitely dead.
Everything seems in there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing strange. Just you got choked the fuck out.
If that's what you say aloud.
It appears to me, comrades, that lieutenant, or no, lieutenant, or was he sergeant?
Yeah, he would have been a sergeant under me.
It appears Sergeant Kovaleski was strangled to death.
Strangled, you say?
Indeed. The marking on his neck, it's a very fine one too. Like a cable.
Things just got even worse.
He was being watched the entire time, yes?
Up until he went to the wood line.
His men were only about maybe 10 yards behind him. But they neither of them admit to hearing a struggle. His Mosin didn't go off.
Very peculiar.
Okay. Congratulations, Blocking Steve. You just got promoted.
I don't think he's happy for that promotion. Gil.
Does not look happy about that promotion.
That's
He just looks up at you with big dull eyes and says, "We should not be here, Lieutenant."
well, until we figure out what's going on here, we can't leave. We have to fix the problem first. And since Klovetsky had a terrible accident, you're going to have to resume his duties until I can find a replacement.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I got faith in you.
He does not look like he has faith in himself.
Just praying that He's put out of his misery.
If you don't have faith in yourself, comrade, have the faith in me that has the faith in you.
Yes, yes, comrade doctor. He's gonna get up and start to slowly move about his duties.
I find ourselves in a peculiar situation, Lieutenant. Upon inspection, the telegram poles they moved in here, they are on a closed circuit with themselves hooked up to the generator on the truck.
The rural electrification truck, thank you.
That's hard for me to remember.
RET Speedwagon.
I'm gonna go check Pawlowski's like pockets and stuff while
He had some mild script. He had several bottles of vodka in his greatcoat in small, like, hip flasks scattered
Jesus
around.
Christ.
He had a revolver that he's either won in a game of cards or stolen from another officer because he isn't one. He's just an enlisted man. He had a leftover of some kind of like cake or something in one of his front pockets and a water canteen. It doesn't look like anything's been stolen from him. He had his spare ammunition and some grenades on a belt on his chest. He had an old NR-40 combat knife in his belt. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
I'm gonna open his mouth and look at his teeth.
Nothing seems wrong. There's no, like drastic changes. Like no one's knocked his fucking teeth out or anything, if that's what you're...
Did Kowaleski have fillings?
Do not know. Trying to make heads or tails of the situation.
Well, that is a lot of flasks.
It is. He had like 7 or 8 of them stashed about his person.
Jeez. I was like, there's probably like 4. Josh is like, double it.
Double it. Just the Dan Halen, double it.
Double it.
I guess we'll just have to leave him here for the time being and round up the rest of the guys to see what Warehouse 3 had going on.
I'm gonna strap this motherfucker to the gurney.
Alrighty. Chief is at one of the trucks you all came in on, and he seems to be going through the telegraph equipment. Are you going to get a squad together, Gillum, and start?
Yeah. I'm gonna take the remainder of Klavetsky's squad
Okay.
and get them to stay with me and have. We're gonna continue doing the perimeter check while Lachetsky does his duties of getting the camp ready for the night.
10-4. Where are you going, Thunder?
God. I guess I'll hang with Chief until Gillum puts the squad together.
What did you say, Thunder? I'm sorry, I'm doing a lot of background things as well.
You're good. I said I was gonna chill with Chief until Gillum put the squad together.
Chief seems to be. You notice he argues with Dukov for a moment, but you don't really overhear what about. And then Dukov moves away, and Chief moves towards the telegraph poles with maybe an electrometer or something, some type of device.
Gotcha. I'll just hang around for a while. Just stroll up and привет, comrade.
Yes.
Chief, not you, Gillum.
Yes, Doctor.
I believe the lieutenant is going to gather a squad. What are you finishing up, comrade?
Attempting to understand this structure you have vouched for. Based on your explanation and my understanding of electrical engineering. As I pointed out earlier, the design is a closed circuit.
Yes,
In line with your explanation for it containing something, containing what I still have no idea what you are possibly alluding to.
I do wish I could be more specific. Nope, okay, calm down there, Google.
You say that as if something is preventing you from telling me.
Only my understanding, unfortunately.
I see.
Was Chief there for the man getting fucking yanked out?
No,
Oh,
I did not follow you after Gilliam. I went back to the site.
gotcha. Kovaleski, he was found. Appears he was strangled to death. His corpse was hung amongst the trees.
I overheard, Doctor. A grim sight, nonetheless.
His men were not far behind them, so it appears to me something with great skill and speed dispatched him. And I don't know if I know many men who are capable of such a thing.
I would agree, Doctor. Have you noticed the atmosphere? How it seems to be affecting the men.
Very much so. It is going to be putting a extraordinary amount of pressure on the lieutenant in the days to come, I feel.
I worry if there will be days to come. I don't normally argue with my junior officer.
Is he on edge as well, comrade?
He is like the lieutenant's men. This feeling of unhappiness and discouraging atmosphere, I guess I could put it as.
Yes, it seems to me that we are not on our toes. We may be following the very steps of these diaries they kept.
I feel it might be that we are not alone up here, but it is a feeling I can't place, as if it is merely invisible, exerting itself. Which is a scary thought, if that means it reaches miles out to that town that is now a ghost town.
I'm gonna pause the scene there. Gillum, you are outside of Warehouse 3, exiting it after what you found inside. The men around you are very spooked. It's the remains of Kovaleski's squad, and none of them seem as sick or tired as Blockenstev's men do. But as you are moving across the snow-swept area between the warehouses, one of the men will point north and a little east Gillum, and you notice that there seems to be some kind of like aurora borealis or strange lights, and they seem to be a greenish purple on the horizon. It seems to be glowing. Is that American propaganda as well?
That's something I'm not familiar with.
So it is.
Stay focused.
Are you going to go and explore the rest of the warehouses?
Yeah, we need to check the next 3 just to know our immediate surrounding.
4 and 5 go quickly, and they, with a mounting dread, you realize there is no grain in any of the warehouses.
Okay. So.
The warehouse 6, which is the machine shop that I spoke about, is it is not empty of corpses, but all of the men in the machine shop are suicides. There are 6 men in various places of suicide.
I'm gonna check them to see if they left any information behind.
One of them had actually welded one of the doors shut from the inside, and then killed himself with a pistol. and it looks like the other 5 had actually played a literal game of Russian roulette, killing themselves over the table.
That's
And
Amazing.
instead of they used an old Nagant 1895, which holds 7 rounds, and they put 5 in it. Instead of doing 1 round, they spun until there was just 1 person left to kill themselves.
wow.
That's a lightning Russian roulette round.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's full-blooded Russian right there.
When you open the revolver, there is still 5 spent casings in it. There's also cups around the table, like they had a drink.
To be that last guy and just to roll that shit and be like, fuck, click, fuck, click, fuck, click, fuck, click. Come on, damn it!
That's a grim fucking scene in there, I will go ahead and say.
Yeah.
So glad ain't me, boss.
They didn't bother doing anything to the main doors, it seems, because they were so big, and it would have taken a shit ton to open them from the outside anyway, and it would have, you don't know what was going through their heads.
Yeah.
Bullet.
Yeah, I knew what their last thought was, but that doesn't help me solve this fucking puzzle.
There's no journals or notes or anything in here, though it's obvious that whoever rigged up those telegraph poles did have the help of the engineers before they killed themselves, because there was, I won't say recent work done, but there was obviously modifications done to something.
Is there any records on the work done on those poles?
You can actually see from the various state of the equipment, it was them going out and actually taking some of the poles down and cutting them to size to fit inside the warehouse. The men do not want to be outside anymore. They want to go back to Warehouse 1.
Yes,
They'll stay if you want to look around, but none of your men under your command are very cash money about what's going on.
Yeah, I can understand. We must do the hard things in life. Yeah, if I can't find anything after doing just after checking them and just kind of looking on the countertops, we'll report back to 1 to see how everybody's faring.
You do notice there are none of the corpses have been picked at by scavengers like in all the other places. There's also no mice and no even rodent droppings. There's also no birds in any of the rafters of the warehouse or anything.
Yep.
You've now been in all of the warehouses, Gillum, and you've seen nothing in any of them.
Nothing pleasant.
No.
Okay. Yeah, let's head on back.
You will return back to Warehouse 1. Chief seems to be talking to the doctor. The Major seems to be talking to the doctor, and he seems to have some kind of electrometer or device out, looking over the 3 posts.
Okay.
Have I been getting any irregular? I can't fucking pronounce that. Irregularities in the power.
There seems to be some sort of irregularity. It's a steady pulse of excess power not being generated by the truck running along the current.
I do not believe that is correct. You see this, Doctor? Just under dead.
I don't know.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom. What happened?
Jesus.
He mutes himself in the bathroom after we gave him shit about it.
Yeah, after we heard him
No.
fucking pissing in the toilet.
You know,
Shut the fuck up.
Do you see this, Doctor? There's excess energy being picked up in the lines, more than the truck should be giving.
That is very odd. What could possibly be causing this?
I feel we should make sure the truck keeps running for the time being. I will double down on that, as they say.
Hey, comrade. I believe that is, for all our sakes, a good idea.
when you come back to the camp, Triepanov is going to wave to you, Gillum. Senior Lieutenant,
Yes.
I found these upstairs while you were gone. And he's going to walk over and he has a sack over like his greatcoat, and he's going to set it on the ground and open it up. And it's all of the passports and various like personal like identification for the people who were here. He says it was in one of the janitorial closets. It looks like the maybe the doctor had the keys. I jimmied the door and knocked it in.
Thank you. Maybe this will help our situation.
He shrugs a little bit. He didn't know what to make of it, so he waited until someone was free who might know.
I'll take some time to look through these.
It's passports. Technically, these are highly like desirable passports too, because most of them have some kind of party standing attached to them, since they had to move around to work at this place up here. So they would fetch a lot on the black market, old man. Especially since you're probably not going to be able to identify all these corpses, and if someone had stolen them, they could have,
Yeah.
sold them off.
Yeah, but there's nothing I can piece together out of these. Just each are individual.
Not really. You don't really see any patterns or anything like that, which for a moment you're thankful for after you've heard the doctor and the major talking about ghosts and spiritual things.
Yeah.
How much you believe any of that is up to you.
I need proof first.
Well, Kovalevsky was, strangled to death, it seems.
Yeah. But by what or whom? That's the question.
Blockenstev will also come over as you're sorting through the various passports, and will say, "It's Senior Lieutenant.
Yes.
The men say the 3 grain silos in here that don't have the current run to them. They say they smell like the water tower in town."
That's a good discovery. Let me take a look at that. You're doing great work.
He's gonna nod a little
enthusiasm.
bit and kind of like try not to look at you.
Let me go in here and take a look at these.
They're in the warehouse one that you all entered that has the lights in it. There were 4 grain silos in this first one. One of them had the poles around it, and you all immediately attracted to it and didn't search the other grain silos.
Yeah. How are the steps on the side of these?
Since they're inside, they're not as iced over, so you're not gonna fucking kill yourself just walking up one.
Yeah, I'm gonna climb up the side and take a peek in. I'm not getting in.
Okay. When you shine your light in, Gillum, it's exactly like the water tower, but instead of water, it's like a soupy mix of rotting grain and what looks like animal parts and maybe some other things.
Closing it up.
And it can
Oh,
be
no.
closed, which is why the smell isn't just fucking oozing.
Yeah,
out.
fumigating. Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
area. All right.
It is definitely pungent this close to it,
Yeah.
but it's not just fucking oozing upon the group.
And we're back and back out.
Yep. Okay, everybody, don't eat the grain.
You're definitely going to do that.
Yep. Don't eat the grain. Eat your MREs.
No one really responds to that remark.
Okay. Good.
Military rations, my favorite.
Yeah.
Num num num.
Yeah. Hate this DM.
Why?
Alice.
What's wrong?
This is a murder mystery, and I don't know whether I'm the mystery or I'm gonna get murdered.
What are you talking about? There's obviously a logical explanation for all this.
Oh, don't feed me that horse shit. I know better, DM.
How can it be a murder, Gillum, when all the evidence points to the most likely cause of death is you killing yourself?
That's the thing, is I don't plan to do that.
Then
But
why
now-
are you worried?
Currently,
Yeah, well, I'm worried someone else is gonna do it.
what if Kovaleski strangled himself to death?
God, if he could do that, dude, that'd be a hell of a magic trick. I can only show you this once. Fucking just.
Terrible.
I'd like to know how he did it and then got himself up in the tree.
What if he climbed into the tree first and strangled himself to death?
God, I'd give him fucking props for that. I'd give him a fucking
What if he
red
was
star.
just tired? What if he was just tired of all this?
Man, he could have just told me.
God damn.
He could have been like, boss, I'm tired. I'm tired of all this shit. Like, well, you can do something else. Not fucking kill yourself. That wasn't on the list. That wasn't an option. You left me in this fresh hell.
You quickly came to like Kovaleski, and now he's gone, and you're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
There's no
yeah.
light left in this world.
Who's gonna make me vodka?
Well, not only that, he was competent. And that's the problem.
I see you are a great practitioner of do nothing.
Hey, man, I'm the boss.
Exactly.
I gotta lead by example.
Exactly.
Yeah. And see, and then if Kovetsky was ever going to become the boss, then he needed to learn to pass work down, delegate. Okay. So has anything odd started happening since the Laser Light Fest started?
Several of the men seem like they've caught some kind of cold. think I mentioned that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I'd tell them to make sure to drink their vodka. Drink out of the water. Drink the water you brought.
Yep.
How late is it?
It's pretty late. It's starting to head towards like 11ish, maybe midnight.
We really need to set up a fire guard so that we can actually get some rest. Staying up all night doesn't help nobody. And it needs to be a real confined like area we're looking.
Yeah,
watch over.
after the strangulation, you don't want to chance anything.
Yeah, I don't want to put anybody out in the darkness and get fucking snatched up.
Blockenstev doesn't really know. He doesn't seem to know how to actually marshal the fire guard properly, Gillum. He seems kind of. He seems to be one of the men starting to be affected by the malaise.
Well, I'll malaise his ass and show him how to do the fire guard by selecting the people. Like, you need to learn this. It's your job now.
He seems really like just unenthusiastic. A lot of the men that are coming down with the cold seem that way. Though Triepanov, chief's assistant, will volunteer. He said he fought in the Bolshevik uprising and still knows how to be a soldier.
Okay. I'll put him on the last shift.
Which you fought in, the Russian Civil War as well, Gillum, so.
He knows his stuff. Or at least from what he's told me.
Is everyone laying down?
A thinking moment. Is there like any clear glass about?
Yeah, you've got bottles of vodka bottles and beer bottles and things like that sitting on some of the, areas.
I'm just at a loss, but I'm gonna just pick up the glass and kind of use it as a viewing filter and just look at the tribe holes.
You can't really. It doesn't really help or hinder anything, though. You get an odd feeling when you look at the silo in the middle of it. You definitely don't get a good feeling.
Like inside the silo.
Yes.
And
no one has entered the space between the poles yet.
And the poles are set up around that silo, right?
That is correct.
I'll lower the glass and I'm gonna enter a deep thought. I still have the electrometer on me. I'm going to just point it directly at the silo and not the poles.
You get a faint reading.
I'm going to look at that. And for the sake of completeness, I'm going to just point it at one of the other grain silos to make sure that should not have a charge.
No, none of the other ones do.
I'm pointed back at the tripole grain silo.
Yep, mild.
I'm going to just stare at that and not enjoy that
Nothing
knowledge.
is wrong, comrade. What is everyone laying down? What's going on? What's everyone doing?
I'm getting the fire guard situated and everything since it seems Blockstead's struggling.
I'm keeping
He is.
abreast of Chief since he's got that good old electrometer.
You notice he doesn't seem happy about whatever he's doing.
What is it, comrade?
How do I more evidence that something unnatural is occurring, Doctor? The silo itself is actually generating a faint reading.
The doctor also visibly does not like that.
What's wrong? Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of a old magnetism wave coming from just a grain silo.
I don't suppose you know if those energy readings are increasing.
I'll check the polls again to see if the readings are any different.
Not in a discernible fashion currently, but you've not been keeping it on it for long.
Hmm.
Oh, that's not very exciting to hear, is it?
No. I'm going to actually take a seat and monitor it for longer than I originally did.
All right. Are you going to stay with Chief or are you going to bed, Thunder?
Yeah, I'll stay abreast of the Chief for a bit longer.
Okay. They are slowly but surely increasing, Chief.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry about it, though. I mean,
And that's the silo?
yeah, that is correct.
What about the tetragram or whatever the fuck?
No, it's staying steady.
So it seems to me that maybe it's not sufficient in its duty to contain that power.
Contain what?
That's the question.
Oh, you all are being crazy. There ain't nothing in there.
Surely. Well, Doctor, do you happen to know any details about this electrical arrangement? Because I feel something is being kept inside. but I don't know how or why it is working. I only suspect the constant electrical current through the wires is managing it.
I am afraid I am still lacking
Hmm.
this understanding, comrade. I'm starting to wonder if we should not perhaps try to finish this quickly.
Josh, were the only modifications to the poles just cutting them short to bring them in here?
That is correct.
Perhaps might be my turn, Doctor. Maybe there is a bit of science at work. The poles, they do emit a low frequency. Perhaps it is having an effect.
I could say this is a possibility. There have been sayings of electromagnetism having effects upon the psyche.
So perhaps the men who killed themselves managed to erect this, but could not layer more upon it.
That may be the case. I unfortunately cannot tell any flaw otherwise from their design, but I don't suppose I ascertained any way to improve it either.
From the earlier description, Josh, when we first came in, there was another rural truck outside, right?
There are several, yes.
Okay. So we could layer another set, but I'm not sure anyone is proficient in machine shop to make more of these.
Dukov, one of your assistants. Yeah, Dukov is, and you are a mechanical engineer, Chief.
Yeah.
If you want to stay here longer.
Well, I feel like while leaving is the best option for our own sake, I feel like it is not for the well-being of the motherland and our great communist utopia.
Alrighty. So what are you all planning as the night draws on? Gillum, are you staying up as well? Because the doctor and the major seem to be just watching the fucking silo. Like, they ain't moved for like an hour. maybe more.
I'll try to get some shut-eye while I can.
Okay.
Glancing around, how many of the men are still motivated?
A good 50-50 split right now. Block and Stev's squad seems much more deeply affected than the late and lamented Kovalevsky's squad.
Right. But, would I have, like, any bearing on, like, how much labor I would need to tear down 3 more of the poles to haul over to the workshop?
I mean, it would take a good bit of labor. They're pretty large, and you'd have to saw them down. They'd also be coming down wired, so that'd be a live electrical current attached to them unless you took time to undo that. And you probably couldn't do it tonight because it's fucking dark and storming outside with snow.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, but it seems like we're gonna just have to cross our fingers for the morning.
Y'all laying down then?
Regrettably, I guess. I'm not sure what else I can do in these conditions.
Yeah.
You're all woken up in the morning. Chief, you're shaken awake by Triepanov since he was on the last shift.
Wake up then.
And Gillum, you will also be woken up by one of your men from the final shift. One of Kovalevsky's squads will say that Blockenstev and several of his men are in a bad way this morning. They're in their bedrolls, sweating and mumbling, and like they're refusing to get up. It's like they're in a nightmare or something.
There and take a look at them.
Your own head feels kind of heavy this morning, Gillum, and you can't really remember sleeping last night. But Blockenstev and about 5 members of his squad are... There doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason, but they seem to be sweating and having night terrors, and they don't seem to be able to actually wake up or get up.
I'm going to check on Dugov.
Dukov is up, but he looks like he didn't sleep last night.
Jesus Christ.
Even if they don't want to get up, we need to get them out of them.
Well, they don't seem like they physically can. They seem to be asleep or having some kind of fever dream or something.
We'll move them.
Okay. Where are you putting them?
We're just going to move them out of their bunks.
Okay. You could get a medical opinion on them. Not here, but you could.
Yeah, I could. Not here, yeah. We're just going to move them out of their bunks, lay them on the floor.
Okay.
Comrade Lieutenant, a word this morning.
Hope it's good news.
Triepanov is, out of all of the men, he's the only one having breakfast and seems in decent spirits. He also seems to have actually slept last night.
It depends on your view, Lieutenant. But I'm afraid you will not be very fond of it like me and the doctor.
Alright.
My current theory is that there's something being kept at bay inside the silo. And I believe it has something to do with the frequency used by the telegram poles. But the three there, they are not strong enough to fully contain it.
Okay, so what do we need to do?
My current theory is to make another triangle, but we would have to commandeer and fashion more of the poles outside, which will be I feel a monumental effort in our current state. Otherwise, I feel we may suffer the same fate as those we have found. And I have a bad ominous feeling when the rural truck runs out of fuel.
You believe any of this, Gillen?
That's tempting, but why can't we just go kill what's over there?
Because I'm not sure what it is. Whenever the device I held left in it, it's used to measure electrical current. And the thing that bothers me deeply is that there are readings of electrical source inside the silo itself. What I fear is that I feel crazy for saying this. It may not be something that could be shot to death.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of things that's got shot to death.
Gillen believes in lead superiority.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could as well.
Yeah, lead superiority's fixed a lot of problems.
They've told you something's in the silo, Gillen. You have explosives. You could easily rig up the silo and just leave and blow it up.
Good. I still want to know who strangled my man, though. If it's trapped in the silo, how'd it get out?
Well,
Who did it?
Chief is saying that, it might be literally a being made entirely of energy, so whatever you believe about that, it could have fucking slithered out and strangled him to death and been back in. It could have used its horrible electric powers to strangle him to death.
I'd like to
Just
strangle.
like it's transmitting the Down syndrome to your men.
Oh, they got a little touch of the gamma. They'll be fine.
Fucking what?
Don't worry about it.
Got a little touch of the what now?
The gamma.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So outside of this electro gun that you're testing with, is there anything else to support this?
The other silos do not have this reading. And from my field in the telegraph division, the power going through those poles should be a steady pulse of power, but it's also fluctuating and rising. By all of our knowledge in electronics, none of that should be even feasible of occurring.
Where's this silo located?
Between the telegraph poles in the northwestern corner of the warehouse one. Y'all have been camping right beside of it.
We've also not checked it.
Yeah, no one's actually went inside the poles yet.
Hell, let's do it. Let's go check that pole.
Gonna go ahead and
Senior Lieutenant, Lieutenant, I do not believe this is a good plan of action.
It's at least a plan of action. We won't know how terrible things are unless we investigate. I'm gonna get my gun ready and I'm gonna get some of the better feeling boys and
I don't know if that's a good idea, comrades.
wouldn't be the first time.
Don't understand. I think there is something in there.
so you're gonna advance on it, Gillum?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a few guys and
Senior Lieutenant, do not do this.
but we can't just leave it.
I know, but please. We can just try my plan of action. I may be overthinking it, but I really do not believe crossing that line is in anyone's best interest.
How long does it take to use your plan?
You still have a squad of men and several people that know how to do machine work. You could get it done by, like probably if you use some of the actual chained like chainsaws that are in the machine shop, maybe tonight if everyone pitched in and you didn't leave a fire guard over the men in here.
And then we have all the equipment to move the stuff around.
Yep.
Is this not the collective that our leaders are inspiring us towards, brother?
Killing and removing the problem would be the best solution, but from the scientific information I'm being given, that's not possible.
You have tons of explosives, Gillum.
I do. Well, we'll try your option, and if it doesn't work, and I'm not dead, I'm gonna blow this guy though. That silo
go
to the
ahead
moon.
and point out that all Chief wants to do is put another layer of those poles around it to keep it whatever it is inside. So he's never said anything about killing anything, Gillum. Just about reinforcing the trap.
Yeah, but if even if we reinforce the trap and it doesn't get better, and we decline even more, then we gotta kill it. We can't just. We could throw 30 traps on it, and if it still can impact the outside area, it doesn't matter.
All I'm saying is that I am not against killing it, but I also do not know if we can kill it even with explosives.
We can try.
Yeah, it's Gillum, my ass quitter talk.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, I've never known anything in World of Darkness game to be like, you know what the dead love? Explosives.
That's how you scientists learn how things work. You try, and if it fails, you keep trying again.
Big talk coming from the man who's not the scientist.
I
I've yet to meet the man who can outsmart Bullet.
Yeah.
yeah.
Kill him over here being the ancestor of the heavy weapons guy.
Jesus Christ.
Stalin's pretty proud of you, Gillum.
I'm glad.
Comrade Stalin's pretty proud of you.
Well, let's get the men up and moving if we're going to attempt your option.
Okay. Throughout the day, I'm gonna hand out some. If you all are actually going through with Chief's plan, hold on. I have to hand out some notifications.
Oh God. Alrighty.
You all will finish the work a little, maybe an hour or two before night falls fully, and you all have the second rural electrification truck set up and the poles sawed down, and a second course of electricity running through this new set of poles, which Thunder shows you where to set up inside the building.
Right.
After the day, everyone can see as it gets towards evening, several more of the men are starting to flag.
I'm going to get my electrometer and check the silo and then both triangles.
Nothing has really changed, though the electronic pulse from the silo has went down. Instead of steadily increasing, it's not increasing perceptively currently.
It seems to have an effect, but it hasn't swung in a good way. It seems to be at a stalemate. About how much of a static reading am I getting it on now?
It's there. Some people might argue it's a ghost reading.
Right. Hmm.
This may have very well solved the problem, comrades. But,
It's still not a permanent solution, Doctor.
no. I, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, it's a gut feeling, but I think those lights to the northeast, I think that might be where we may find, more of our problem.
Hmm.
I believe that is where the meteor fell.
I had been wondering, but no one at this base has made mention of finding the crash site.
There's still light out. You all could take one of the trucks and go.
I feel if we're going to take any of the trucks, it's going to be the one with the explosives.
Why?
No particular reason.
Good idea.
Good idea. Gilliam's like, yay, I finally get the motion.
I approve.
Hell yeah, Bobby. Who all are you taking and who are you leaving? Because that almost a whole squad of dudes are fucking out of commission.
Yeah, in bad shape.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Trippinov with me. He can drive the truck.
Tryapanov seems entirely unaffected by the day's labors.
In fact, he welcomes more of it.
Yes. How many men are you taking, Gillum, and how many men are you leaving to guard the sick and helpless?
I'll leave 4 to guard the sick and helpless. And so whatever's left after that.
You have 5,
Yeah.
since it's the remains of Kovalevsky's squad.
Yeah.
At this point, all of Brlock and Stev's men are comatose.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll take those 5 and get the truck up and ready to roll. We're going to go blow up something.
Okay. As you start to drive into the night, you're only taking 1 truck, I assume?
Yeah.
Who's driving?
I nominate Trippinov.
That's fine.
It doesn't take you long, actually. It's about an hour trip, and there's still a little light left in the sky when you get to what looks like a small, break in the tree line where something has come down and broken through. And he drives along an old dirt trail through the pines until he actually can, and he slows the truck so he doesn't break anything. And he says, "This is as close as I think we can get, at least in a vehicle."
That will have to do. Another question.
To attempt it.
Like that, are we on a bad slope?
You're on the edge of a slope leading down into a big, kind of like a valley, and he's not really doesn't want to tempt with such a big truck going down and then making it out again.
Yeah.
I will agree with his assessment. That sounds like folly, and we might need the explosives in this truck if it falls off the ravine.
Very much so.
Don't worry about it. Everyone will start to pile out. From up here, you can actually see a crater below you in the valley. And night is falling, and the sky above you seems to sparkle like a little bit of green, a little bit of dark, like purplish green kind of color.
Does it cut across, or is it sort of like it comes from this point?
You could say that, though people might call you crazy.
I'm already ready to be called crazy.
We're in the pool.
Who is leading the way down?
We'll make sure the men get the explosives.
Okay. They're going to start piling them out.
Comrade Lieutenant, if I may ask, would it be fine if I carried one of your pishes?
Yeah. I mean, we got enough to go around.
Yeah, you got more guns than you have men now.
Yeah.
You got the anti-Soviet problem.
Yeah, the opposing
Not
Soviet
enough
problem.
bodies to use all this equipment.
Yeah.
Man, no one's ever said that in the Soviet Union.
Never. But
We've
I
set a
will-
historical precedent today, comrades.
But now, I will equip myself with a pish, and if they're the stick mags, grab 2 spares.
Alrighty then. On the way down, you all can see there are spots on the ground that seem to have a bit of like almost a radioactive glow as you pass them, and in the crater itself at the very bottom, it makes your skin tingle, and several of the men have sporadic nosebleeds as you get near it.
Oof.
Hmm.
I think this is our culprit.
It's just a few sieverts, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We got this. This is for the Red Army. Have faith.
Faith is all we have now, brothers.
In ourselves and in our country.
Thunder, you're an educated man. If you had a Geiger counter, you think it would be clicking right now, and the sporadic nosebleeds is not a good sign. That's more than a few millisieverts.
How terrifying.
It's only 3.2 Rodigan, comrades.
Only 3.2.
I believe there is a significant amount of radiation from this meteor, comrade.
I imagine it is not good for the motherland. If we're going to do this, comrades, I would
Do it
I would
quickly.
definitely hazard we do not loiter. This must be done quickly in execution.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's only
Man forward.
it's only 3.2 Rodigan. Not great, not terrible.
It could always be worse. Don't say that.
I don't understand what them numbers mean, so that doesn't affect me.
Oh God.
If only. What I don't understand can't kill me.
That's not true, but yeah.
That's not
Uh,
true.
As you all approach the center of the area, you notice that there seems to be some kind of cracked shell around the meteorite, where it looks like something has forced its way free. Maybe there's a residual glow around the meteorite in the valley itself, and you feel warm as you get nearer to it.
Like a heat.
Maybe you feel warm. Thunder, you're sweating down the back of your neck.
I am very unhappy.
How close are you going to get to plant these explosives?
What's their like effective radius?
You're not really a sapper, Gillum. Several of your sappers are unconscious back at the
Of course.
back at the warehouse.
As close as we can.
Alrighty then. When you get kind of close to it, like within maybe 30 feet, Gillum, you feel like you feel the fillings in your teeth start to get hot.
I think this is close
Golly.
enough.
Come on, just a little more, Gillum.
I have a feeling.
Just a crumb. You're gonna put
Yeah,
the explosive-
set up here.
Okay, all right. Thunder, you were pouring sweat.
I'm very, very unhappy.
Sweating in this cold tundra.
It is a crisp 4 degrees today, and Thunder, you were pouring sweat under your hat.
I hate it here.
Why? You're in Soviet Russia, the greatest place on earth.
I didn't ask for this.
It takes a little bit to get the explosives set up, but you soon have them rigged.
Alrighty, now to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Please.
Alrighty. It takes you a little. By the time you're back to you do all that and get back to the top, the light's completely faded, and when you get to the top, it's dark.
Alright.
Okay. It's time to detonate these bad boys.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Who's pulling it?
Hell, I'll pull it.
Okay. The explosion rocks the area, and you see some kind of strange fire leap. Do you all actually stare at the explosion or look away? Because, permanent retina damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, we probably should look away from this
Yeah.
fucking terrible
Look
shit.
away.
Thunder, are you going to look?
I'd probably glance for a little and then realizing that it's like booming, I'd probably like, yeah.
Thunder, since you're the only one who actually looked, when the explosion goes off, you think you see something leap from the meteor towards the sky.
Oh no.
You're not sure what you saw in that moment before the fire consumes everything in the valley, but you saw something.
I don't like that.
Why? But after that, the glow seems to have faded from this valley. Whatever was here seems to have gone.
After the fireworks show, I'm gonna look back down to see what's left of the.
There's too much rubble. It's buried under rubble now as well.
Well, that's good enough for right now.
Are you all going back to the machine tractor station?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to get the pack up and get the fuck on out of there.
Okay. Oh, so you're going back to fetch people and leave.
Yep.
When you get to the mouth of the machine tractor station and you're pulling in the truck, Gillum, you notice that all of your men that you left here are crowded under the gantry way near the medical area. and all like the men, both the ones who have had like the fever dreams and the ones you left here that were still kind of themselves, they're all crowded, cramped under the gantry way in fetal positions, and they seem catatonic.
Hmm.
Damn it.
Are you going to get out of the truck? Like, I'm assuming you all pull up and you see them in the headlights.
See them? Yeah. What about the ones I left? Even the 4 I left.
One of them is sitting in front of the rural electrification truck, and he has turned the power up to maximum, and he's slumped over with a bullet hole in his head.
Oh my.
The other 3 are with the rest of them.
Okay, so this just got even worse while we were gone. Use your little electric gun to shoot over them silos again.
I'm gonna get the electrometer and check the contained
It's
container
increased
silo
massively.
inside.
Mm-hmm. It's building now. It's like a crescendo.
Oh.
I don't know how to say this, comrades, but when we destroyed the meteor, I watched. It appeared something ascended into the sky.
You feel
Of course.
that might have been good information an hour ago, Doctor.
I'm not really sure what to say about this, okay?
You've sat there for a little while, and one of the men under the gantries looks up, and you notice it's Glockenstev Gillum, and he's holding his little Orthodox holy symbol so hard it's actually like cut into the palm of his hand, and it's literally like in his flesh as he's squeezing it, and blood's pouring out of his hands.
Jesus Christ.
You did your country proud. How much explosives we got left?
You used most of what you brought, but you know, you have a little. You definitely have grenades left as well.
Thinking we might need to blow that silo up. Because things are a lot worse than they were. Or we all end up like the men over there.
On the electrometer, it is still rising, right?
That is correct.
I feel I will have to yield to you, Senior Lieutenant, though I am at a loss at what will happen.
All we can do is try.
Do you have a pretty good feeling that you should, if you rig it, you should be driving away at a really fast clip when you blow it up? You get that for free.
If we set this up, the men need to be ready to leave immediately.
That's the plan. I don't want to hang out and find out.
So, well, before I go into accent, on the triangle wires, how fucking like cooking are those as well?
There's an actual haze of electrical current between all of it now. Like arcs of like ball lightning are coming off of it.
Okay, it is visually unstable.
Yes.
Well, I will go put the electrometer up and motion for tripping off to come with me.
He will follow. He does not seem at all unhappy about this. Gillum, as you and your men are getting the grenade boxes out and the explosives you have left, the Major and Triepanov return with more boxes of explosives.
Yes. I approve of this.
You're not sure where they got these from.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know who you got this from, but I'll allow it.
Ew.
You all are going to rig the... Who's getting closer to the fucking machine? The silo.
Yes, I will again.
Gillum like, a few more sieverts won't hurt the old boy.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck those mean. I got microwaves that does that shit, right?
Alrighty then. When you all rig it, nothing happens. No strange devices happen. You don't feel, but you do feel like you're being watched, Gillum.
Ah, that motherfucker. He's coming back for seconds. I'll be waiting.
Seconds, say.
You ain't gonna strangle me.
Oh, okay? You think the being of pure energy strangled Kriyanov to death?
He wants to strangle me.
Good.
Nothing happens though as you retreat from the silo.
Well,
When we get to a safe distance, detonate that shit.
I don't know about safe distance, the doctor said that we literally should just be full sending it down the road back
Well,
south.
as far as we can get it out before it disconnects.
Maybe in this bad area with the weather and the darkness, maybe like half a kilometer.
Let's aim for that.
Alrighty. Everyone piles in, and as you all are driving away, you hear like the moans of the damned, the men under the staircase, yelling for you to come back to where it's safe.
What?
Yep.
No. No, they're eating this explosion.
Okay.
They serve their country. They will be forever remembered as great patriots.
You all are starting to drive down the very dark, very stormy road back towards the village and the base, and you're getting to be about what you think, Gillum, is about half a kilometer out as Triepanov drives at full throttle. Are you going to press it?
Absolutely.
Does anyone look back at the explosion?
After the doctor said something, I am going to look back and see what happens.
Anyone
Definitely.
else?
It's my best creation.
Oh, you're gonna look back.
Full send.
Okay. Thunder.
Full send.
Oh, but you're all looking back. Okay. Hold on. So as you look back and the explosion lights up, you notice that what looks to be tendrils of red and green and purple and purplish green and other things reach out in like tendrils towards the sky. And as they come up, it's like a reverse lightning strike starts to rocket up from the center of the blast. And you think you see screaming faces wrapped around whatever lightning strike is blasting back into the heavens. You're not sure because that's all you see. It's just a few seconds, maybe even less than a second, and you think you hear the lingering bits of screams of damned men.
Unpleasant.
And it could be, since it's dark out and all you have to see by is a half moon, but it seems like the remains of Machine Tractor Station 42. The grass around it and all the trees have turned to gray, and it looks like the color has been sucked out of the surrounding landscape, and fire that is starting to catch on the warehouses seems to shimmer a purplish green.
What fresh hell is this?
It's the plague. Whole area contaminated. Do not investigate.
I don't think anyone will be able to say we did anything over there now.
I know if we hang around there much longer, we'll join the rest of them.
I have a feeling you are correct about that, Lieutenant.
And if they survive not one but two different explosions, I'm out of cards.
Goddamn.
So are you all just driving south?
I'm really unsure about you turning in the night just to check the crater site.
Y'all are just leaving.
Make a good movie.
That shit just fucking blew the fuck up over yonder. I don't know if I want
Make a
to
second
check that
movie.
shit out.
Figure out what happened. I'm good with just leaving because I've lost almost all my men. I don't know what the fuck we're dealing with, and I'm out of most of my options.
I can't argue with that.
The drive back south is very long and very quiet. If anyone thinks someone is a traitor to the Russian people, please hand me your cards. You do not have to hand me any cards. As you drive south. This will be for the epilogue.
Hmm.
And Gillum has handed me a card. Gillum is the only one who is handing me a card, it seems.
Like I'm really thinking about it, and I can't place any betrayal on my compatriots for the motherland.
Okay. When you get back to the southern posting, since Triepanov will drive through the night and the next day, he's not stopping at that fucking town.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all are confronted by a platoon of men, Red Army men, led by an officer from the GRU, Russian military intelligence, and held at gunpoint and marched away to be questioned separately. Gillum, you are implicating one of your compatriots as a traitor to the Russian people. Do you have any evidence?
I've got theories, but not like proven in the court of law. No.
Okay. If you're going, are you turning them into the GRU?
Yes.
Okay. Gillum has accused Chief of being a traitor. Gillum, what do you tell the GRU members under interrogation?
I just inform them of the situation of how my sergeant was magically just strangled in a wood line. When he was outside of like with two other soldiers, and as soon as he stepped out of their like line of area, magically got strangled.
Well, they're much more concerned with the men that you left to be killed by what you described as a color that was held by electrical bands. They're not very concerned about a single sergeant being killed in an accident, what they describe it as.
Oh, well, then also the understanding that the electrical towers that were put around a silo was part of the Union work. How would they know about that?
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that they had to use electronic device to discover what the entity or whatever was that possessed the silo.
So you think that Chief is somehow on the side of whoever did this?
Well, I think he had prior knowledge of what was going on before we even got there, and it was either fix it or get rid of it.
So but you do think he was a traitor. You do think he didn't act in the best interests of the Red Army.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll be the bad guy here.
I'll be the bad guy. I was like, I don't know if I understood the assignment, but I'll bite the bullet.
Yeah, I'll bite it.
Alrighty then. They take it. They say that it will be taken under advisory, and that you seem to have acted in the best interests of the Red Army from start to finish. And you will be taking a trip to Petrograd to serve out your remaining service as an honor guard for one of the linen memorials.
I don't know how to feel about being accused of murder when I was in the same room as Gillum when he was informed.
You didn't do it. I feel like it was your compatriot that did it. Out
The
of context.
6'5" fucking.
Yeah, I feel like.
I'm not gonna lie, even I was kind of like, man, he could probably do it though.
I was like, there wasn't 100% tabs on him, and he's former military, so I'm like, if anybody snatched one of my dudes up and just stroked him out real quick, that's the only likely culprit.
Shriepanov was so nice to you the whole time.
He
was
was, but there was still a few moments where I was like, man, there's, if one of my, like, if my sergeant just didn't get strangled, if he would have died any other way, I would have been like, nah.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
You never see Chief again, Gillum, I'll tell you that. Under interrogation, Thunder, what do you tell the KGB that actually let me finish with Gillum. What do you actually tell, not the KGB, the GRU, what do you tell the GRU that actually happened? Do you blame it on a supernatural event, Gillum?
I don't know what I would call it, but I will detail the finding of the mutated animal, examining the multiple areas, about the people barred in the church, the soup mix in the water tanks, and then the feed silos, and that we blew up a meteor that was documented in the notes of a. The scientist, or not the scientist, but the doctor. Yeah, that was there on site. And then that we tried to blow up the meteor, and then things only got worse back at the factory. And then we tried to blow up the silo that was, to the best of our knowledge, the culprit of the situation.
But you never admit that it was an actual, like, metaphysical or supernatural event.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you'll be released under guard and transferred to Petrograd to serve out the rest of your time in the Red Army, Gillum. They congratulate you for a job well done.
I feel like that's foreshadowing for something else.
I don't know what you're talking about. Thunder, under GRU interrogation, what do you tell the nice men in the big coats? What do you tell them happened here? Do you accuse anyone of being a traitor to try and shift blame, or to...
No. I'll say, there was a general, what was thought to be a general assignment, and the nerves of the men wound up causing some occurrences.
So you're also going to skirt and not actually say it was anything supernatural. You're dodging, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do you blame it on electronic magnetism fields and fucking like hallucinatory hysteria or something?
I'm gonna spin that science shit.
Alrighty then. They will bring up that the senior lieutenant accused the major of being a plant that was working against the interests of the Soviet Union. They would like your opinion on the matter.
I believe his judgment is misplaced, but his suspicion is he's good head on his shoulders. There is definitely something afoot in those hills, but I don't know what.
So you do not believe that the Major was working against the interests of the Soviet Union. The man across from you offers you a cigarette. There's vodka on the table. You do not feel like you are going to be marched out back and shot at the current moment.
At the
That could change.
Yeah, that could change. No, I do not believe so. Especially knowing that Tapapikanov or whatever the fuck his name is.
Triepanov.
Yeah. Especially with I knowing about him.
I mean, what don't you know about him?
Oh, probably quite a lot, considering he's probably with the people interrogating me.
Oh, you suspect Triepanov of being a GRU informant? Do you mention that?
Nah, hell no.
Lean closer to the microphone so
Yeah,
Comrade
lean
Stalin
closer
can
to
hear
the
you.
microphone, please.
Okay, I knew my fresh hell before I even left.
I was just like, you know what?
That
Things need to be kept
Stalin
quiet
here.
for the good of the good of the people.
So, you suspect, even though you don't say, that Triepanov was a GRU agent. Do you suspect that the Major was a GRU agent?
I'd probably put it in too, but you know, he didn't fucking choke me out to death while I was helping him put whatever stop to this eldritch being from beyond the stars, so he's a good guy in my book.
Alrighty then.
This is Stalin's communism. I'm gonna
This is
keep my
Stalin,
nose
yeah,
as
this is
clean as
Stalin's
possible.
communism. You're keeping your mouth shut. It was all mass hysteria and radiation.
I'm not gonna talk about this shit until like the walls fucking come down. I'm just like, yes, it was fucking aliens.
It was for your story. It was mass hysteria and radiation poisoning, and you're sticking to it.
Yes.
Okay. And Triepanov was nothing more than a member of the Telegraph Union.
Correct.
Okay. You will be released back to the Petrograd Soviet, Doctor. We thank you for your contribution to this mission. Please do not speak to anyone about it.
I'm just gonna do the motion where I zip my lips and say
We
nothing
will
else.
be in touch, Doctor.
Local doctor killed.
Local doctor hangs himself.
Yeah.
Doctor falls down steps onto bullets.
Yeah, 5 times.
Falls down steps.
Thunder, as you leave the interrogation room back at the bunkhouses, you notice Chief and Triepanov being brought into the interrogation room in handcuffs.
Hmm.
Do you look back and say anything?
I probably glance over, but I don't know if I could say anything.
Comrade Stalin is watching you.
Pretty much. Like, hey bro, thanks for helping me out with the fucking ghost demon alien meteor strike. That was cool. Hope the prison sentence light. Peace out, bro. Communism up.
You don't say anything?
I'll just nod.
Alrighty. As you drive
I hope he's
away,
okay, but you know, we did what we had to do.
You're put in a car, and a GRU member starts to drive you away. And as you reach the gate, you think you hear 2 gunshots.
Hmm.
Alrighty.
Gillum, you get a little more of the story though, because this is a military base, and they don't scurry you off because you're not a civilian. You did not hear 2 gunshots. You heard 5 gunshots. but you never see any bodies.
Sounds about right.
The scene will fade out on Gillum arriving in Petrograd 2 weeks later, and Thunder arriving in Petrograd like a week before Gillum, and the little base on the edge of the tundra is abandoned again by the time Gillum leaves, and north of it, the telegraph wires are still broken, and it seems like nothing is wrong. The tundra is quiet again, and no one is any the wiser.
Fuck, that place ain't nothing they need to talk about up there anyway.
That's the end.
Thought you were feeding me a bunch of bull and sending me to the gulag.
What are you talking about?
I just had a feeling. You were like, oh, you're going to go to Petrograd, it's going to be so nice. Then you're going to pack me up in the car, send me to a fucking gulag. I was like, I just assumed, I was like, we technically didn't complete the mission, so I just assumed I was dead on arrival.
No, you worked for the best interests of the Red Army, Gillum.
Oh, I did, but you know how that goes sometimes. Sometimes the best interest isn't good enough.
And everything went fine.
You were rewarded, Gillum.
You did everything right that you thought of.
Yeah, that's also fair.
In my power in that time frame, yeah.
If you want, there is a continuation of this sometime.
I was just kind of expecting to get like Among Us at some point. You're just like, all right, and then just Josh had to be like, you've been stabbed in the back by the fucking abomination.
What was the abomination?
Aliens, lol. I
Was
don't
it?
fucking know.
You all didn't see anything.
Definitely saw something.
Nope. We
Gillum
don't
didn't
talk
see
about this no
anything.
more. We're done.
We ain't talking about this stuff. I don't know
That's
about
highly
that, Gillum.
classified.
You all saw some pretty colors, and
I don't know if I liked any of that.
you didn't see anything wrong.
And gave me anxiety.
Why?
Because
You didn't like this one, Gillum?
no, it was good overall. It just stressed me out.
Gillum was just like, I feel like somebody was a bad guy. Chief, you're the bad guy. I'm not gonna. I feel like Gillum was either gonna go me or you, because he was just like, oh, Thunder's being too esoteric, or Chief's being too. It was a flip of the fucking coin. I'm not gonna lie.
I was really expecting Gillum to fucking have you lined up and fucking shot in the back of the head.
Me
Thunder,
too,
like
me too.
mid-game.
I guess I get to enjoy being guilty for knowing too much.
Oh, okay.
Because I was grasping at straws the whole time.
Oh man, dude, that sucks. I was like, man, Chief has to know more. He has to be more involved. It's like, it's just, it don't make any sense. And then Thunder just kept with the babbling of the weird shit, and I was just like, man, he's crazy.
Man, he's crazy.
And then when my dude died, I was just like, man, somebody had to have killed him. He just didn't strangle his own fucking self. Like if he would have shot himself, I'd been like, yeah, he probably caught a bad case of the downsies and blew his brains out.
Hey man, that fucking shapeshifter alien creature might have had like some fucking fine whip thing to choke people out with.
I don't know. Maybe. Chief will make me regret my decision here today one day. It's fine.
We're gonna
Turn
fucking.
him over to the groove.
Man, how can I escape the groove? It sounded like I'm in a, grave.
Yeah, it sounds like you put Chief in,
Well, in this
Vietnam in a
instance,
shallow grave.
in this instance, maybe, but
Or, his death was greatly
Greatly
exaggerated.
and he was actually an asset of the fucking Gru the whole time.
I
And,
just work at telegraph station.
Uh-huh.
He's just
You
he was
could say-
Administrator Major Adric Tarasov. And,
Potatoes, fucking caramel. Can't fool me. I know that shit works.
I mean, I knew how to be a telegraph man.
You did?
I was exploring
good at
all
it.
my electrical engineering knowledge.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
You did. You rubbed it all over me. I didn't understand half of it. So it didn't really faze me. Probably got some wicked shits from that gamma poisoning.
just a few favorites. It's
Yeah. It's like sticking my head in a
Don't worry,
microwave.
Conrad. Just submit yourself to communist healthcare.
Oh, absolutely. It's the best. If I get feeling too down, they'll pick me right up.
Exactly.
I don't even got to pay for it. That's universal healthcare right there, baby. Woo woo.
That's universal health care right there. I don't know about that.
Come on.
Just a few Rodigan.
Yeah, Mr. Crumb. I wouldn't even notice it.
Yep.
Ain't no hair or teeth. That shit's overrated. They cost money.
I love being radioactive. I love it.
Yeah. Eventually I can just harden my gums hard enough to eat steak, and then I don't have to buy hair care products. Win-win.
I don't know about that now.
My dad used to eat steak with no teeth.
Yeah, that is true. I don't think he was given, several milliamps of, Rodigan, though.
No. I don't know what he was given. I hate it because he still had fucking hair when he was 60. I don't have much anymore, and I hate it. Like, why, Dad, did you curse me with this cruel fate? Me and my brother, we both got shit on.
Alrighty then. Are you? I will definitely. I have one shots for continuing Herp Derp, 30K. There is also a follow up to this one. If you all would like to return to Stalinist Russia at some time.
Oh God,
Hell yeah.
that's
Thunder and Gillum, you all will both be reprising your roles in Petrograd.
And I thought I was supposed to be into retirement.
Of course. Retirement.
Just send me to the gulag. Please,
Just
God.
send me to the.
What's wrong, Gillum?
Grandpa Stalin, I'm tired.
Think about it, Gillum. This is our Russian Stranger Things, and you're our hops. You're the glue that holds it all together.
No, man.
You're the normal guy who just wishes he could just fucking shoot the damn thing.
Absolutely, man. That's logic. It's like the Incredibles meme. Bullet equals
Stay
dead.
where it was safe, Gillum.
Yeah. My shooting sphere's my safety sphere.
Shooting sphere. All I could think of is like fucking old school Mage the Awakening and how the fucking magic is called spheres and Gilliam's got the gun sphere.
The gun sphere. I don't think that would help very much.
I guess bullet.
Right,
Bang,
like
bang.
I just want to have the gun mage and he just makes guns and he shoots them. That's all he do.
That's just a matter mage.
Right?
I would rather be.
ballistic missile.
I'd rather be more creative with my matter mage and just conjure boxes to drop on people.
Oh
That's pretty good too. The box wizard.
no.
This comrade is clearly in shock. Get him out of here.
The multi-dimensional box wizard. Drop people into boxes and they reappear out of boxes somewhere else.
Take the comrade to the infirmary. He's obviously been exposed to 3.6 Rodigan.
I
Or
thought
diddling
it would
around.
make me stronger.
Yeah, I was feeling top dollar.
Gilm, did you see graphite on the roof of the warehouse?
Nah, man, I didn't look. I'm being honest.
Alrighty then. Gillum did not ask any questions that were not in his own best interest.
Who needs graphite?
Yeah, see? It's all unapproved. I stayed in my lane.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, I will put this on the back burner then, and if you all do want to return to Stalinist Russia for a second horror game, I hope you all. I stressed Gillum out, so I might not have scared you all, but I think I gave Gillum's blood pressure a rise. So
You did, and you made me feel bad.
oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I
Wow.
threw Chief under the bus, and now I
I
regret it.
mean, you suspected him.
I did, and I was curious what would happen, and I did it. Now I regret it. Regretty
It was
spaghetti.
Stalinist Russia. What did you think was going to happen when you accused someone?
Man, those two options: either they would prove it or they'd kill him. And I'm like, if he's already one of their agents, it don't matter. It's a win-win for them. He just disappears, and dun 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 dun.
I mean, you heard a bunch of gunshots after he got marched in handcuffs. I'll let you.
Man, there's still two options there. Either he's deader than shit, or he magically doesn't exist anymore.
Aren't those both the same thing?
No. One of them is you're erased from existence. The other one, you just acquire a new persona. Unlike the doctor that fell down the stairs on 9 bullets.
Thunder, you will not fall down the steps onto 9 bullets. You'll be reprising your role in the next session if we do this again.
With 11 survivable bullets.
Yep.
Man, who just left those bullets there?
Yeah.
They were really irresponsible leaving those bullets there for him to fall on.
It'd be a damn shame if he fell down on them. Oh no. Grandpa,
Oh,
no. His knee's so weak.
Well, I hope it was at least. I understand that it was not a very actiony game, but I knew that from the beginning, unless you all started to turn on one another, which I felt in the air at certain times. So
Yeah, man, whoever choked out my dude, that was my point. I was like, motherfucker, one of y'all betrayed me.
it could have been the monster.
It could have been, but it just don't make no fucking sense.
It's
like
where
I
the
can-
darkness, Gillum. There's fucking
like,
werewolves
man-
and magic and shit. What the fuck do you want, Gillum?
Dude, it's like, why have all this phenomenal cosmic power and then you go out of your way to strangle a fucking man with like a piano wire? Like, I just don't get it. Like, unless you're another man, like,
Let's extend your question, Gil. Where on earth is someone gonna get piano wire in the middle of Siberia?
yeah, unless they brought it with them. exactly. Like, Chief knows what I'm putting down.
I mean,
I feel like your heart's in the right place, Gillum.
wow. Triepanov was so fucking useful the entire session, but
Oh,
you
yeah,
threw
don't get
him
me
under
wrong.
the bus. You were like, nah, he's obviously evil.
Nah, man, he's too good at his job. Y'all gotta kill him.
The problem is he just fit the letter too well. I was like, he's the only one without a shadow of a doubt that I know could wax one of my dudes, and I just not be able to prove it. So I was just like I can't just be like, hey man, did you kill my dude? And then cause that problem. I'm like, no, I'll just play this by ear.
He was even helpful after it. I mean, I'm just saying that the modus operandi doesn't line up if he killed, fucking, what's his name, Kiepalov, and fucking, and then went back to just helping again. He could have done it. It could have been a monster. It could have been other things, but it doesn't fit the modus operandi.
So,
Could have even have been a tree.
Couldn't even been a boat.
that's the problem. Is I don't know what in the hell it could have been.
The tree comment is actually really close.
I don't want to think about sentient trees right now.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, don't make it worse.
The whole adventure was based on the Dunwich horror series of A Color Out of Space. And in the movie and in the story, there's mutated trees and everything.
Yeah, I never would have got that.
We were dealing with a cosmic horror.
Yeah, The Color Out of Space.
That's what I was feeling. I was like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone had read their Cthulhu, I was pretty sure you would have picked it up with the meteor and the radiation, big quotations, and.
No, I knew something bad was going on, but I didn't expect one of them to choke my dude out. Fucking tree.
I kind of had the
Goddamn space
cosmic
tree.
vibe, but at the same time, I was just like, man, there could be like some sort of weird alien spirit shit. Fucking, they don't need to be ephemeral, you know?
That is true.
Yeah.
That's clever. I like that.
The mutated rabbit at the start of the game that Gillum saw was the first hint, which Gillum covered up. So.
Yeah, honestly, I was just kind of waiting. I was just like, maybe Gillum's the guy to throw under the bus.
Yeah, no, I was trying to do the good old Soviet thing. I was like, the less the people know, the better. Because that always works.
It might have been the case for your men, but I didn't really have an idea of what was going on until I was actually looking at the freaking triangle.
There were other chances to do things, but they're, you all don't see the rolls happening behind the area, and there was definitely some of them DMs that went out that people ignored or didn't look into.
How close was I trying to get more telegram poles?
What do you mean?
When I went to make the second triangle around the silo.
You were the closest to understanding how it worked without hitting the nail exactly on the head.
That's what I felt, because I heavily just relied on this thing is working. Why is it working?
Why is it working?
In the original, so the silos, I can go ahead and mention it now that everything is over with. I'll let it out because this is the original. In the original, The Color Out of Space, it hides in a well. The color does. And I made the water towers in all the local villages where it hid its kills or whatever, all the local wildlife it was mutating and absorbing. and stealing the power from, or whatever it was doing to them. It's never really defined what the actual color is doing. It's very, very Cthulhu. But it always makes its home in a place with water, and out of all the grain silos, when it gets trapped in that silo by whoever did it, they didn't have. If you would have added water to the silo, you could have actually trapped it there for some time. There was just grain in the silo and some of the corpses. You would have had to have found a way to probably cut a hole in the roof and funnel water into the silo somehow.
Yeah, that was like my bugbear. It's like, man, I'm in World of Darkness and none of us have a cult.
Thunder did.
Yeah, I was just trying not to.
Seemed like a
man.
man.
Yeah.
He didn't want to Deep Space Nine it.
Yeah.
Even as I fucking gave him hard presses to speak.
Yeah, I was just like, man, dude, just I don't know, man. Could be trying to weed me out.
Just shrugging it off over there. He's baiting me.
I had a gut feeling that Josh's game of Among Us all along was you're your own worst enemy at this point, but fucking that's where I didn't turn anyone else. Just like okay, maybe the whole point is just to.
Maybe the whole point in Stalin is Russia. Everyone's paranoid for the wrong reasons.
Right.
Maybe it generates that vibe.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, if I just start going and being like, yes, these are the esoteric runes of Zog-Zagoth, then you're just like, oh, okay, no, this guy's fucking needing to go to the gulag.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Straight to the gulag.
So I was just like, man, I'm a fucking like mage this shit. I'm gonna try and weave this shit with like esoteric science jargon.
That did not fool me.
I'm glad it didn't. So I was just like, Chief's gonna kill me, or he's gonna help me solve the mystery.
There were other towns and villages nearby you could have investigated as well, and there were a few survivors in one of them that could have actually helped you with what was going on.
Let's see. My only other question was blowing up the meteor pivotal?
I'm not going to answer that. There has to remain some mystery.
Well, I'll just hold on to my tinfoil hat.
You can't regret all of your decisions. And
Well, my theory is the meteor was a tether for it on the planet.
Because my dude saw something shooting out of it, so I was just like, maybe it's now trapped in the thing, and that's why it's growing in power now, because it's returned to its cairn or whatever the fuck, I can't remember.
Whatever it came from.
Yeah. And I was just like, all right, now maybe it deserves.
The color out of space is one of the Call of Cthulhu things that I liked a lot, because it's never really defined what it is, why it's here, anything about it. It's just an unknowable fucking alien entity that men have almost no power over.
Yeah. I did like that. That was pretty much my favorite part, but I was like, what the fuck is it?
Yep.
You're just like, I'll go in there and I'll fight it with gun.
Yeah. So it was like it was set in WoD, but it was very Call of Cthulhu. I was actually afraid that Thunder had read the Call of Cthulhu module I based this one on.
I did not, but I was just like, man, fucking, I just had a feeling it was kind of Call of Cthulhu.
Yep. There is a module for Call of Cthulhu about a color out of space that's set in Soviet Russia that I used as inspiration for this one.
Nice. I liked it.
Same.
I was glad I didn't get fucking stabbed in the ribs.
I abandoned some of the that one though, because there's too much of a human element mixed in with it that I didn't like. There were people like Gillum was like, "Oh man, someone obviously fucking fuck murdered my dude," and in the other one, some of the survivors have went kind of like feral cannibal kind of thing and are preying on the party as they move through. But I didn't want that human element. I wanted it to feel like you all were alone up here in this horrible fucking howling wilderness with nothing but fucking insanos and whatever was out there.
Yeah. I did like that, where I was just like, man, fucking, at any point, like, the soldiers might just go ape shit and fucking people are just gonna start gunning each other.
Yup. I was wondering if you all would start executing people who were falling into the fucking malaise.
I wasn't there yet, because on everything I saw, it was either you entered the fetal position, or you are, I assume, strong-willed enough to kill yourself.
Yeah, and that's just like, alright, nope. You obviously don't quit the game, so you're gonna keep going.
Oh, come on.
I'm sure someone else in the party, the previous members, might have been like, nah, DM, I'm done. I fucking quit.
I'm done. I'm done. There were, depending on how long you spent there, your characters would have reacted to it differently. Each person had a different threshold in days.
That's what I figured.
I noticed that, I think on Gillum. I think Gillum was hitting it faster than me or Thunder.
I don't know, I think I was getting there.
Yeah, I think Thunder was worse off than me, but I do know probably after getting as close as I did to the meteor and then the silo, I probably would have been in pretty bad shape after that.
Health-wise, yes, the actual radiation had little to no effect on the actual like mental state that it inspired. And yes, Thunder was the closest to a bad end, though it probably would have snowballed pretty badly once he started his trip down old Insano Lane.
I was like, man, we solve this shit soon, or I am probably going fetal.
Future.
Gillum, the last three to turn would have been Gillum, Chief, and then Triepanov.
I'm not surprised by Triepanov.
Hey, man.
Hey, big man.
He was just built different.
He got big bones.
He is constructed alternatively.
It's an absolute fucking unit.
Yeah. That's what happens when you make a WAD character and you're like, one intelligence is fine, I need that composure and resolve.
Yeah.
One intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah. One in and like no fucking presence is
It
fine.
needs
I need
presence or
composure.
manipulation. You have
Yeah.
all this composure.
Yep. I need to have maximum willpower. Alrighty. Well, I'm glad you all enjoyed your romp through Stalinist communism. You all will be returning to Petrograd then if you all enjoyed this. I don't know if it will be more of a real WAD game or if would you all like to return to Petrograd and more of like a Call of Cthulhu fucking horror game, or
They're interesting nonetheless.
I feel like they raise your blood pressure to unimaginable height. Gillum.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes I'm like, man, this is pretty awesome. Like, this chill city. I'm having a blast. And then it's like, all wrenching my fucking engine. I just blew my whole block. What the fuck happened? I don't know.
I don't know.
Alright.
Temperature rising.
Do you all have one or the other you would rather do? Would you rather have another Call of Cthulhu-esque hunter game, or would you rather go back to a more normal hunter game?
No, that's fine. I think that's a good. It's different. We really got to think out of the box because it was one of those. I felt like I was drawing fucking like just. I thought there were straws in the bucket, but it was just shit, and I just kept grabbing it.
Squishing it.
You thought
Yeah.
they were straws, but then you realized they were already taken out of the bucket by me.
Yeah, someone already took all the straws, and I was still playing the game. And
I mean,
they shit in the bucket. So.
there were other things you could have done, but I don't think that anyone made any just fucking horrible
Yeah.
mistakes. Like you all didn't just go out of your way to make things worse.
Yeah.
I went into overtime. I need to think about this.
Yeah, as soon as you were like, oh, the electromagnetic waves and all that, and I'm like, nah, I'm done. Tap out here, guys.
Tap out.
I was like, my guy don't get that.
Yeah.
Gillum was there in case like fucking we got attacked by something.
Yeah, I was there to keep the men in decent spirits until they became vegetables, and to prevent them from trying to kill us.
You could have lined people up and shot them as well.
I could have. That would have been the last resort.
Well, if that's the case, we may have another Call of Cthulhu in Petrograd. You all may get some Stalinist Russia Call of Cthulhu again, though. Depending, I'm not sure where I'm actually going to send you.
Hit them with the old crunchy ties, my cat.
Yeah, I'm also going to do some more work because I love this fucking the cards and stuff. And be prepared for a much more awful version of Stalinist communism the next time we come to this. I'm going to improve the board. Stalin will have some friends on the board when I'm done.
Oh no.
I think you all will enjoy it. But that'll give me time to actually work on it.
Did you create Red Eye Stalin or did you find Red Eye
Oh
Stalin?
man, that's been around forever. I didn't even have to go fetch it on the internet. I had it saved in my fucking folder.
Jesus.
You're crazy if you think I didn't have that.